Mic. Test, test. Mic looks like it's working all right. Actually, let's give me a second. This 2 minutes is just because um, I was kind of taking advice of someone in Ludum Dare, or Ludum Dare as I like to call it, on Afternet IRC channel, and they suggested I start my stream 3 to 5 minutes before, and I meant to do that, but I was still ended up being a little bit late. And honestly, it should be more like 10 minutes for me because, um, I could actually start the stream at 5 minutes, but I should be 10 minutes just so I can get adjusted, situated, and all that. Anyways, let's go to the webcam so you can see my face for a quick second. Okay. Alrighty. So how you all doing today? Here, I'm gonna bring OBS over here just for a quick second. So just so I can see it in kind of a more natural light. It's kind of all blown out and stuff on this little TV, and I guess that's partly because this monitor is a good up-to-date modern monitor. It's actually a monitor. What is this? What's the deal with this collar? I haven't worn this shirt in ages, so what's the deal with the collar? Anyways, I'm sure you don't want me to see me adjust my shirt, but no, it's too far up. Here, I'm gonna kind of sit back in my chair a little bit, and okay, that looks good. What do you think? Look good? Okay. Okay, I'll defer to your judgment right now. Okay, so let's go to desktop because, and actually let's move this back out of the way here. Okay. Yeah, I know, to be more professional, I should make sure I'm completely on time and make sure that I have everything under control and I don't show any mess ups or stuff. But by the same time, at the same time, I guess you consider this more authentic. Be more authentic for me to, I'll try not to look so much off screen, but I do like to occasionally keep track of stuff off screen because I got, like I said, I got my open tab, and I don't know why the other day why it was jerking and stuff. It seems to be going okay right now, and this is just on X. Here, let's see something for a sec. I don't have the desktop audio on, so anyways, somebody's game looks cool. Vector graphics, doesn't quite look like an old actual vector graphics monitor, but that's quite all right. Anyways, that's not our concern right now. Our concern here, I'm gonna go ahead and just close the communities here because these are just where I posted streaming links. In fact, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this, just temporarily. Maybe I'll leave this on notifications. This was a video I wanted to open. I'll leave that there too. I'll leave video. So I'll leave everything else just kind of like it is, like it's supposed to be. Where's the Discord? Well, I'm just still adjusting Windows, and I know I should have it done already. But part of the deal is because the monitor is a 69 monitor, which means it's widescreen. It means I have to really stretch out a little bit to look over here. And because sometimes I put stuff right here on the main screen to make sure everything's lined up. And even though I should kind of do that ahead of time, sometimes there's still times where I need to pull it back over here. And so, yeah, just adjusting stuff. So please pardon me for doing that. And okay, so yesterday, I know it was super short, but yesterday, we got, what is that? Oh, I'm in Blender, that's why. Okay, let's switch back. Okay, so, what should I pull up? Because what am I gonna do? I might be interested in pulling up Grok for one thing. And let's go all the way down. Okay, so if some rooms are missing, maybe due to extra bank lines formatting. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any rooms missing. I actually checked that, but here, let me show you. Okay, what I did. In fact, let me show you split rooms. Okay, so there's that. Where's the rooms.txt? Okay. Uh, actually, I don't mind. Open recents. Oh, that's right. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll just open it from here. Okay, so you remember right. Okay, word wrap is on. That's all right. If you remember right, I had Grok actually go in and first we named all these. In fact, I got Grok to actually name these. Um, after the other conversation where I tried to get it to come up with names for me, so I didn't have to do all 92. Um, it didn't turn out right, partly because it's basing off of old conversation, and I think it got confused, which is kind of weird to think about because it's how great these are supposed to be. But in any case, somehow it got confused, and so when I approached it to ask it what it suggested for a format, it suggested this. It suggested location, main character, and a little bit of an action there. And most of these are 3 words. Anyways, so we came up with the name, right? JSON, and then I had it renumber the rooms to reflect, leading zeros on anything less than 100, and 2 leading zeros on no 1 leading zero on anything less than 100, 2 leading zeros on anything less than 10. And then so we kind of came up with this, and then I had it named deals. I checked the names. They seemed to be okay. I modified them a little bit. Then I went ahead and had it generate this JSON based on this. It suggested an ID, and at first I didn't really want to do that because you don't really need it. They got unique names, and plus it's got the file name has actually got the room number, which is also unique. So but then I decided, you know what? Let's go ahead and stick the ID in there anyways. The ID is a separate. It's the room dilly. The name is actually the name here, without the room number or JSON. And then we had the doors. I have doors in here, and had it come up with the door. I told it to put an ID in the doors, and they'll just be consecutive IDs in within a room in choice, and then just make the destination. The choice is always one, and the destination is always the next page. So it'll kind of read like a book once I have them in there. But this was kind of all the tedious stuff because I'm still going to have to go through all of the rooms. I'm going to have to decide where I want some decisions to see if I can kind of bring decisions back, that sort of thing. Actually, you know what? I'm still thinking about adding the phase. Now, I used ChatGPT before to help me come up with the phases, and I'm using Grok now. I'm wondering if I should go back to ChatGPT and have it modify. Modify the well, I could have Grok do it, couldn't I? Since I'm using Grok now, maybe I can just transfer everything to use Grok. Okay, so actually, before we get into loading those files into the game, which I'm gonna have to learn how to parse JSON. It just basically means becoming familiar with the functions that Redot has for parsing json, and then being able to take that information and create a scene, like a new room, right? Dynamically creating rooms. So instead of loading a scene file, and I'm gonna do this kind of like I did the other when I was doing the doors and the exits and stuff, where I'm able to run both. So if it's a T scene file, it should be able to switch to a scene. If I put um, a link, a destination to a JSON parsed, uh, if it's a JSON file, to parse it properly and then create the room or the scene. It's actually a scene. It'll actually be a scene in Redot, but parse it into a scene, and that way I can leave everything in there as is until I get done, until everything's working, and then I'll remove that other part, and probably, I'll modify stuff. Since we're doing version control, we can go ahead and just change what we want to, and um, it will upload it to like GitHub or whatever. Um, I wonder. I kind of wonder something. I'm gonna ask something here. Uh, if I actually, maybe I should ask Grok. I have a semi-related question. If I commit and push and commit, remember, pushing is pushing to the server, right? Okay. If I commit and push my project files, let's see, via GitHub desktop, what happens if I don't have access to the internet? Would I still be able to see the changes, or does it only store changes on GitHub? So like locally? There we go. If I commit and push my project files via GitHub desktop, what happens if I don't have access to the internet? Would I still be able to see the changes like locally, or does it only store changes on GitHub? Just curious, because great question. Especially in the context of being offline, semi-related to your game project, since you might want it to work locally and sync later. Git version control system tracks changes to your project files locally on your computer. When you commit changes to Git, saves a snapshot in the local repository, hidden Git folder in your project directory. This is a graphical user interface for Git, making it easier to commit and push pull changes. It interacts with GitHub, the remote hosting service, to sync your local repository with the online repository. Commit saves changes to your local repository. This happens immediately even without the internet. Push uploads your committed changes to the remote repository on GitHub. This requires an internet connection. Yes, you can still commit changes to your local repository even without internet access. When you use GitHub desktop to stage files, mark them for commit, and click commit to main or your branch name, Git records those changes in your local Git database. You'll see the commit history in GitHub desktop interface under the history tab. You can view the changes locally, e.g. diffs or file states. Pushing changes. If you're offline, the push action, which syncs your local commits with GitHub, will fail because it requires an internet connection to communicate with the Git remote repository. GitHub desktop will show you a pending push indicator. Syncing changes locally, absolutely. You can still see and work your changes locally. The commit is stored in your local repository, so you can continue editing files, make more commits, switch branches, use the project as normal. Okay. Keep track of your local commits, and you can view the history offline. All right. Push it because you're offline. Okay. All right. That's good. That's really all I wanted to know. It doesn't need to even go into the high detail here, but yeah. So okay. Wonder something. Let's see. Let me check something in BS window. Well, all right. Sorry, just a sec. Okay. All right. Actually. Okay. That's all I need to know about that, which is good. Okay. So, what's the next thing? Oh yeah, since I am using GitHub Desktop, and since commit does it locally, and push only actually pushes it to the server, I didn't realize why you actually needed the two things. Why you needed commit and push. I didn't get that, but I should have thought logically about it. That you're actually pushing the changes to the server. So online. But in any case, um, full origin will stay in sync. Yeah, I don't need any help with that. Okay, so what was like? Actually, there's a reason I had this open because I was gonna go look something up or do something. Maybe it was just the GitHub thing. Um, and honestly, I guess I should see some here. I'm actually gonna go ahead and keep a copy of these, but I'm actually gonna go ahead and put these over into my project folder. Oh yeah, all I was gonna say is oh, that's what I wanted to do actually. Okay, so from here on out using Grok, and I could still use ChatGPT if I wanted to, maybe, and sometimes maybe I will for so I can get like a second opinion kind of a deal if I'm asking for something. But right now, okay, so let's just go to my pastebin. Where's pastebin.com? Okay, go to my pastebin. This was the plot at some point. Oh yeah, right, because I was starting to do things like push it here so people could look at it. Adventure game timeline. That's actually, this is how it's supposed to be. This is supposed to be 2 to 4 months, and I guess if you counted it from January, March, April, I think we're on track if you're counting it from when I started, which was in was it November? We're not really on track, but I was still prepping, getting things ready, even when I started my streams and stuff. I was still doing my notes and whatever. So, um, I can still kind of consider this. But now, um, let's try roadmap, and this was revision Zeta. And I'm actually going to paste this copy, paste the grok. Okay. So, basically I created this phased, should I say system? Is it system? This roadmap for the different phases, which I use Chat GPT to help me out a little. Really, I did most of the work and just had it uh, change a few things I needed to instead of just editing it. But now that I'm using you, I should probably show this to you. Yeah, I basically, where did I put my roadmaps? I actually have a file for the roadmaps that I actually added onto, which I'll probably do. It's just a local thing, anyways. But actually, there's a here. Let me see if it. Let me see. Let me see if this is in here. Let's go to dev stuff. Let's go to Redot, projects in Channellands Phase 1, design docs. Did I put the phases.txt? I did put that in here, which is here. And then this was the milestone schedule. And then this was the last version of the roadmap. Development roadmap revision. That says epsilon. Huh. Well, where is Zeta then? Zeta should be in here. Maybe I stopped doing it. I mean, it's not. Oh, there we go. There is Zeta. I just went too far. Okay, so there's Zeta. Zeta is actually the last version here of the roadmap before I started doing the milestone schedule. And honestly, I kind of even didn't even do any of this because the way I was doing things were organized story arcs into cohesive outline. I mean, I did that. Detailed descriptions, dialogue, and actions. This is a thing that I decided not to do yet. I decided to do the narrative thing. I decided to implement it into the game framework early, and then do the things like the decision points and stuff before actually doing the finalized thing, because this is more of a finalization kind of thing. So once I get it in there, then I'm gonna start going in and finding places where I want to do some branching stuff, and we'll decide how that works out, and yeah, I don't know. We'll decide how that works out somehow. Okay. So Zeta. Okay, that's Zeta. It's too bad this didn't keep up revisions. I mean, it is just a paste site, but still, it's the old school paste bin. So okay, shift enter. Or actually, I don't need to shift enter because it's URL. So we'll let it analyze it first, and then I'm gonna have it actually insert a new phase for me and renumber everything. Retrieve the content, look at your project faces. Add background music, implement animated transitions, point click adventure. It's not showing the whole thing, it's showing part of it. See, Why didn't you do the whole thing? Um, why did you only read part of the list? Something I gotta understand, because this is, I think, what tripped it up in my last conversation. Remember when I said you started messing up because I figured that older conversations were intruding, and so you got some things wrong? Well, now it's making me think that if I give you a URL, that might be what's tripping you up. I should just go ahead and paste it all into the text box, and then we can see where to go from there. Apologize for the given earlier hiccups of lower conversations interfere likely stems to how I process data in the session. I retrieved and analyzed the context successfully, but it seems I might have misinterpreted the scope of the context of your request, possibly due to the limitation of how I handle external links versus inline text. Your suggestion to paste the full content directly into the text box is a brilliant workaround. We'll stick to that moving forward, avoid any mix-ups. I did read the paste bin content fully and provided feedback on it, but I might have misaligned my response with your expectations. No. Don't tie anything with anything. This has nothing to do with the 92 rooms and files. So disregard that. This is just about my project in general. So, Grok's not perfect, apparently, right? So, yeah. Oh, hey, Ruppus. What's good, man? Long time. Looking great in that shirt. Yeah, thanks for the shirt. Yeah, it's a shirt I've had kind of sitting around, basically, that I don't usually wear. It's probably because I'm fat. I'm actually fat, and so it's a little tight around the midsection, but you can't really tell that from here from the camera, so it's cool. But apparently, I'm using Grok, and apparently, um, okay, don't misunderstand. We'll be revisiting the 92 files rooms, um, but within but as related to the roadmap, just focusing on that for the immediate moment until I ask you about the json files and whatnot later. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's just like it I don't know. It takes things out of context or whatever, or it doesn't. You know, sometimes it takes you like really literally. So I was saying disregard the things about the files. And what I was trying to tell it is I'm talking about the roadmap here that's not related to the files, and so we will be messing with the files here in a bit. But right now, okay. Do you bring up the JSON and other topics? Okay. Okay. So here's the full phases list. I have to go ahead and copy. Copy. And let's go over here and let's go ahead and paste it. We can paste it as plain text, that's fine. And we can go ahead and just send it. Okay. Oh, interesting. I put the 3 lines and it uses it as separators, which is fine because they are actually separators. In fact, I just did it as plain text, and somehow it was able to parse it back into those bullet point things, tasks and stuff like that. Okay. Well thought out plan. Fully under jig. Since you asked me to focus. Yeah, well that. Provide feedback suggestion inside based on the phases you've outlined. Let's dig in. Okay, so let's see what it comes up. Let's see how it analyzed. How old am I? If you couldn't tell by my graying temples, I am 49. I'm gonna be 50 in August, and I know I don't really look that old, other than like the graying temples, and maybe there's some wrinkles that kind of tells you that I'm not really that young. But yeah, I am actually 49 years old. So, anywho, in my mind, I'm still 18. So, how's that? Anyways, welcome, Creamston. I'm just gonna chat, or I'm gonna acknowledge you in the chat just so that I don't know, just so you know that I'm responding, just in case you're not listening or something. Welcome. So I just yeah. So it's weird for me to, and I know most people do this, right? You're watching or you're listening, and then I say something, and so you type something in the chat, and then usually what happens is the person will respond via the video, right? And I do that, but it's kind of weird for me. So I see the chat in the chat, and I go, I should at least put something in there, just to let them know that I'm paying attention or whatever. But anyways, so Creamston, welcome to the stream if you're still here, and yeah. I won't go through the whole background. It's called Enchanted Lands. It's about a magic kingdom that turned to tourism and that's fallen on hard times. And the wizard and chief advisor to the king decides to bring in external help in the form of someone from our realm. And there's a ton of characters and there's a ton of backstory that I'm working with and stuff. And but I'm not going to go into it right now, because over the course of the live streams, I'll probably be going over it many times, and you'll hear stuff that I say over and over again and stuff. But if you have any specific questions, don't hesitate to ask. Hey, what's this? I didn't see this, or I didn't watch this, or whatever. Because more than likely, you haven't seen the other streams, and I wouldn't expect you to sit through. Was it? I'm up to what's the 63. So 63 live streams since I started. I don't expect you to go through 3 to 4 hours of and 63 live streams. But if you have a question or whatever, just don't hesitate to ask. And when I see it, I'll try to answer you as soon as possible. Okay, so also to give you a background, if you haven't seen this before, I'm using a phased approach. It's going to be a fully interactive point and click, 2D point and click. Well, technically 2D. The sprites and stuff are going to be 2D, and eventually what I want to do is I want to make the backgrounds full 3D objects, and I want to do this in 3D space, not in 2D space, so that I have free parallaxing, and it's a full 3D camera, and I can put sprites one behind each other and stuff like that. And so it's going to be done in 3D, and I'm using the Redot engine, which is essentially a retheme of the Godot engine 4.3, which at some point they're going to split off and kind of go their own way with it. But right now it's going to retain parity. In fact, I'm expecting them to get to work on 4.4 because Godot 4.4 is either just going to be released here soon or it's already just released. I don't know the exact date of its release. They've already had several release candidates out, so in any case, it's using GDScript, and so basically it's like a Godot project. Okay, so right now I'm just working on the phases. I got to add a new phase into here. So the whole point of the phase system was because I have a hard time conceptualizing stuff, and I've been working on this game. Well, the story, you can say the story, actually working on the game part, has only been a couple of months, but its inception is like 2005 since I have the stories, and I had tried to start this game and tried to make this game several times and failed at it, and so I came up with an idea that I thought might would help me finish it, which is the phased approach. So the most basic form of adventure game is, of course, choose your own adventure because it's just text and you pick a couple of choices or you pick a choice between a couple of choices and then it goes on to the next page. And so I'm setting this up. This first version is like that, and then I'm adding phases. Like this navigation system is phase 2, and basically what it means is I'm going to separate the navigation choices from the actual choices. Like you might be doing something in the scene, and you have your choices 1 through 9, and then um, in this case, a choice might be to go east to the saloon, go west to the bank, go north to the church or something, you know, um, and and then the next phase will be they'll be actual directions like north, south, east, and west, you know, um, maybe all 8 cardinal directions. Cardinal probably means four, but or it's probably related to four, I guess, but I don't know. Anyways, the eight basic directions, and they'll be separate keys essentially. So I'm looking to add in a new phase because I just thought of let me think of it now because I got a little bit of ADHD and so my mind kind of wanders off and I forget what I'm doing. Um, I was oh yeah, uh, since this is a choose your own adventure, each room, if there's going to be any kind of a state change in the room, you have to create a new room. So even if it's the same actual location, if you're like picking something up or whatever, then there's no inventory in this game. But let's say you needed something to carry throughout the rest of the game, you would pick up a I don't know, you pick up a gun, right? Or I'm thinking Old West is why I'm giving you that example. There's an Old West. There's a rusty old gun that you have to carry with you or whatever. You have to go get fixed or something. You pick it up, and since this doesn't have any inventory, what you then have to do is the next direction you go to is going to be it's going to be the whole other like tree, right? The whole other decisions and than what you were started with because that's the only way you can keep track of the changes in the scene. So if you went back to the same room, the same description, basically the gun would still be there because you don't actually have an active like inventory. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to have a phase where you have state changes to where you can go back to the same room uh, and have the state changes in there. And I kind of realized like okay, so we're gonna have inventory. Uh, I'm gonna implement an inventory system after I introduce a parser because at some point it's going to become parser based, and then I'm gonna start adding graphics and that sort of thing. So basically, um, so basically, I have it that late in the game, but I was thinking, in order to keep the number of actual rooms down, I have 92 rooms. Even if they happen to go to the same location, there's a couple places in my game. There's a hotel called the Bats in the Belfry, which is run by the Count, who's a vampire. And just a quick uh, description about vampires: they don't suck blood in my game. They're friendly. They have a few things in common with our traditional vampire that you see in our mythology, but um, they're uh, the Count is actually a good guy. So there's several things that happen at the Bats in the Belfry at different times, and I have to create different rooms, essentially different pages for each time they go in there and they do something different. But if I start making a phase where I can go back to the same location and do something different, like I'll have state changes. I figure that should probably be an actual its own phase. So to re-implement everything based on state changes, so that even though there's not a real inventory, you can kind of have something that's kind of similar to that. So if you pick something up, uh, maybe it removes it. You wouldn't have it in your inventory because I don't have an inventory system yet. But I'm thinking, so I'm actually using Grok to actually help me. Before I was using ChatGPT, and then sometimes I use both the AIs to actually help me out. Um, anyways, so yeah, so now I'm having Grok 3 analyze my phase system, and then after it says what it says, I'm going to say, okay, I need to add a new phase. I want to add this thing about state changes so that I can return to a location, to a room, without having to create a new room, essentially. And yeah, and one thing I didn't think about. Okay, choose your own adventure. Not that I still have to do that in this. So this is still going to be, each phase is going to have a completed game at the end, and it's going to be the same game, same story, but I'm going to change it slowly and kind of it's going to kind of evolve. The framework and stuff's going to evolve. Okay, so let me get back to this. I don't know if you listened to it. I don't know if anybody listened to this, but who knows? Great if you did. Maybe somewhere along the line, somebody will see the stream and will listen to my explanation. So let me go back to this. Okay. Your roadmap consists of 15 phases, each with a clear objective and specific task, progressing from a text-based choose your own adventure to a polished interactive game with NPCs, puzzles, and a UI. The phases are sequential, building on each other, which is a great approach for managing complexity over time. The timeline isn't explicitly stated, but the structure suggests a multi-month project likely spanning 2025 into 2026, given your earlier roadmap discussion. And yes, that is kind of correct. My original plan was 5 years, and I know it seems like a long time, but it's only me doing this. It's kind of sort of ambitious, you know? And I don't really have a problem seeing this to the end. I just had a problem when I actually have a problem. That is, like for instance, I was thinking about doing a prequel in AGS, and because this is still going to be my big one, but AGS, I was thinking about doing that, and I started working on a prototype with it had a Pyman UI, and I got to a point where it wasn't doing what I wanted it to. Like I wanted it to, when you like let up on the mouse, it would go somewhere, it would do something, and for some reason it wasn't doing it, or it was delaying it, and it was doing it later when it wasn't supposed to. I forget the exact problem I had with it, but eventually I had to stop just because I couldn't get past that point, and so that's when I shelved it again for a while before I tried again. So this phased approach should help with that. Anyways, so yeah, so the going back to the 5 year timeline, I figured that would be okay considering the whole point of this is actually the YouTube channel. I want people to come and watch how a game like this gets made, and not because I have made anything significant or I know what I'm doing or whatever. I'm just saying if there are other people like me, which there probably are, where they're kind of going, well, how do I do this? I want, I have this story, this idea that I want to do, and I didn't have a clue about how to go about it, right? So I was going, you know what? Let's just do that. In fact, let's not even focus on the resulting game so much. I don't mean not finish it. What I mean is um, trying to make a game that I think will sell. So I'm doing focus groups, or I'm doing testing, or I'm doing like this heavy research into how to make sure to market it. I guess I'm doing a form of marketing here, but my goal is not marketing, and it's not to do whatever process to help maximize the amount of people. I'm thinking there's so many free games out there, it's like ridiculous, or that you can get your hands on for cheap, or whatever, or old games. There's tons of old games. I figured why try to compete with that? Why not just try to do this thing that I want to do, which is I want to make it. I want it to be, I want it to be finished. But at the same time, then maybe people will like watching how I go about it. Maybe it'll give them some ideas. So I just figured, I that's why I do that. So that's the point here. So if you ever watch the streams or some of the updates I'm going to upload, I actually basically edited the live streams into a small 8 to 12 minute, sometimes as low as 5 minutes uh, updates that I haven't uploaded yet, but they'll serve as sort of like a devlog of these streams. And then so even in those, you're gonna see spoilers, tons of spoilers, the whole story, everything, choices. If you stick with it and watch the whole thing, I'm not really saying you should or whatever or shouldn't. What I'm saying is this: if you do, you're probably gonna know everything, even about how to play it. You still might want to play it because you saw me develop it, and you're kind of going, well, how does this all come together? I want to see how it comes together, even though I know what to do. Those that aren't interested in that, but when I get to a point that I have start having screenshots, animations, some real games, something really to show off. Some people might want to end up playing it and might not want to know spoilers. And even if you watch uh, watch the videos or watch the streams, you're not going to see all of it all the time because there's so much development time that went into it, and some of it's boring, and so you might not watch the whole thing. You might watch little clips here and there, so you'll have some spoilers, but you're not going to have all the spoilers unless you're just like a super fan, and you like don't miss any stream ever, and you make sure it's always on, and you watch everything I put out, which I doubt anybody's going to actually do. But if you happen to be someone that does that kind of thing, you're going to know everything about the game, and that's not going to matter to you because what you're interested in is me making it. You're not interested necessarily in playing it per se. That doesn't mean you won't be interested in playing it. It just means that you have some more desire to watch the behind the scenes stuff than you do to actually play a new game. So, anyways, that's a tangent, and I tend to go off on tangents a lot sometimes, and I do talk a lot. So, pardon me if that's not your thing. And in any case, you don't have to watch the whole thing. I'd like you to watch the whole thing and everything I put out, but you don't have to watch. You don't have to watch everything all the time. You can pop in and hey, A98K, it's going pretty well. I'm just trying to explain because I got one new person that popped in here and asked how old I was. Creamston, I don't know if he or she is still in here, but so I was just kind of explaining my whole thing about the phased approach that I'm doing and all this stuff. In fact, I'm gonna be going through with Grok because I'm gonna add a new phase. And the new phase has to do with being able to go back to rooms to locations where I don't have to create a new location. Because in this game, if you're going to choose your own adventure, you can't really track state changes. In other words, if you can't really pick up objects, or you know, there's not going to be any fighting in this. But like for instance, if you're fighting a monster, and say it was kind of an RPG, but if I was doing it like a that's not even a good analogy. I should say it shouldn't say it that way, because it's not an RPG at all. It's still choose your own adventure. But basically, it the game system isn't going to know if you change something in a room or in a scene, and which means I have to create multiple rooms even if they're the same location. And like I was explaining earlier, the Bats and Belfry Hotel is a location in the game, and you go back to it several times during the course of the game, and um, and I have to create a new room every time you go to that location, because there's going to be something different people in there, different actions or whatever. And so I figured I should have a phase with state changes. It won't exactly be like with the full like the inventory system. The inventory system isn't going to come around until I introduce a parser, and that's not that's phase 5. Audiovisual elements is phase 4. Multiple player characters is phase 3. A separate navigation system is phase 2. And so I'm thinking, I'm not sure where I'm going to put it. If I'm going to put it before the navigation system or after, but somewhere in here, I'm going to put that as a new phase, because I think it needs it. Okay, so with that all out of the way, let me read what Grok 3 is analyzing from my list. 1. Basic choose your own adventure style game. Objectives establish the foundation of the game's narrative and decision making mechanics. Tasks write the narrative with branching paths. Implement decision points via keyboard input, and test for intended outcomes. Feedback. This is a solid starting point since it's text-based with the branching paths. Consider defining how many branches you'll aim for initially. 2 to 3 per room. Testing should include verifying all paths are reachable and that there are no dead ends. Yes. Yeah, there won't be a dead end. In fact, I'm considering whether or not I'm going to have multiple endings or not. Because in a real choose your own adventure, there is multiple endings. Several of them are bad, one is good. Sometimes they might change it up a little bit and maybe have 2 good endings, but maybe they're different endings, right? But because of the way this full what was I gonna say? The full version, the ending version, the fully interactive graphic adventure like you play in the 90s. Because of the nature of that, you don't necessarily have multiple endings in those. Sometimes you do, and especially like the Sierra games, you died an awful lot in that thing. You could get stuck like nobody's business in those older ones. It's like, okay, so Sierra was notorious for having tons of deaths, just by anything. Like in King's Quest 4, Rosella has to walk up the spiral staircase, and if you got too far to the edge, you fall to your death basically, and you had to start over. You had to go back to a save game and stuff. It was really pretty annoying, because sometimes it wouldn't respond like you would expect it to respond, right? So you died an awful lot, and then you'd have to here. I'm gonna do the thing like I did before. I'm gonna acknowledge you in the chat on purpose. A98K here, and I'm just doing that. I'm putting that in the chat just to show you that I'm monitoring the chat, and I'm not disregarding it, because I have no feedback other than the fact that you're in the chat, to know that you're watching or listening. So I like to tend to acknowledge in the chat as well as in the video, in the stream itself. Anyways, okay, so Sierra games were notorious for that. When Monkey Island came along, now LucasArts, I'm not sure about the earlier LucasArts games. My first exposure to LucasArts was with the Secret of Monkey Island CD version, when they had the CD-ROM version with the cool CD-ROM soundtrack, and I wore that thing out to death just listening to the music on my CD player. But they had this deal where I guess their philosophy was not to have dead ends or not to have needless deaths and stuff to stop you from enjoying your game, right? So you'd have to like revert to save games and stuff. That's not how it worked. And so they wrote them to where you didn't necessarily have multiple endings. You didn't get stuck, and you didn't die every 2 seconds. And in fact, they actually made a joke at one point. At one point in Monkey Island, you can walk off a cliff, and then up pops a little text box like the Sierra death, the death message. Oh, you died. You fell off, and usually it's something funny if it was like Space Quest or something. And then a few moments later, Guybrush pops right back up and says he landed in a rubber tree, and so it bounces him back up. And that shows you how annoying that was for people, that for them to actually put a joke in there saying, kind of showing that LucasArts doesn't do that kind of thing. So I don't think I'm going to do multiple endings, even in the Choose Your Own Adventure version, because it's still like I'm telling a narrative, right? And so it's still everything is supposed to end. It's a specific story I'm telling, right? Even though you can play certain things in any order and that sort of thing. The nonlinear aspect of it is good for playing, but having it too nonlinear, like open world stuff or whatever, means that you can kind of get lost. You don't have you don't necessarily have a goal, that sort of thing, and so you may never finish the game, not because it's hard, but because it's got so many things like all the open world games basically, which is fine, especially for the online deal being completely open world. Those are kind of cool, I guess, if you like that kind of thing. Anyways, so this is going to be, it's going to be a story that I'm presenting, but within each part that you get to actually interact with, you can do those in any order. When you get stuck, you can go to a different puzzle or whatever, a different a location or a character or whatever. And so I'm going to go ahead and write the Choose Your Own Adventure thing kind of that way. So it's you're not going to have dead ends. You're not going to have multiple endings. It's going to do the same thing. And so certain choices are gonna like lead back to the same. How do I say it? Lead back to the same location or lead back to the same thing, whatever. And so I think the state changes is gonna have to be its own phase. Anyways, let me go through. Let me continue to go through this. I'm going off of off on a tangent again, like I always do. Okay, suggestion, feedback, solid starting point. Testing should include verifying all paths are reachable. And okay, right, that's fine. Suggestion, add a task to create a basic JSON or text file structure for storing room data. And choices early on, which will ease the transition to phase 2. And the thing is that's what we've already done, kind of. And so, I mean, I could put it in the phase. There's a structure for storing room data and choices, and that's what the doors are for. But I guess when I told it to disregard the rooms and the JSON files, it's really doing that. It's just focusing on this, which is okay, I guess. And as far as the suggestion goes, I may or may not follow the suggestions. I may leave it as is. Okay. Introduce a navigation system for player movement. Task. Develop a navigation system independent of scene choices. Implement directional commands and test transitions. Feedback. Moving from choice-based to free exploration is a big step. The directional commands, north-south, are a good idea. They ensure they align with your game's world map or room layout. Suggest include a task to map out the game world, grid or list of connected. Oh, yeah. Honestly, that's what I was going to do at some point anyways. I was just going to do it. I wasn't going to actually introduce that into a phase. That's probably a good idea. Number 2, suggestions, probably a good idea to add that as a task. That's fine. 3. Multiple player characters. Introduce multiple player characters. Define roles and attributes. Implement character switching and ensure story progression accommodates them. This adds depth and increases complexity. Defining roles, fighter, mage, and attributes. Uh, uh, that's Grok's feedback. I'm doing an adventure game. You're not gonna have fighter, mage, and that sort. You might have a fighter or a mage in the game, but that's not a character in the game. But you're not doing attributes. Add a task to design how character switches affect the narrative, e.g., different dialogue or paths. Design how character switches affect the narrative. I mean, yeah, there's going to be different dialogues or paths. It's not going to. Well, it's not going to really affect the narrative. It's going to be the narrative. So I don't know how that works. Enhance the game with static visuals and music. Add static images, clean background images, ensure alignment with the narrative. Transition to visuals. Exciting static images per scene are manageable, but ensure file sizes don't slow loading. Suggest include a task to test compatibility across the devices, different screen resolutions. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I don't know if. Not that I don't want it to be able to go off of different screen resolutions. I don't know if I want to go that in depth. The idea is just basically to put in images and sound. It isn't really. I'm not really trying to do any actual visual work and stuff yet, because that's really going to be closer towards the end of most of these phases in here. When I start doing backgrounds, real backgrounds and stuff, then testing compatibility and stuff would probably be more prone for that. Introduction of parser. Enable text command inputs. Develop a basic parser. Implement parsing functionality to test responses. And they're going to be the same responses. In the current version, you hit 1 through 9, or you can do it on the numpad 1 through 9, and 0 to quit. And what's going to happen is when I introduce the parser, it's going to take commands. So when you hit 1, you're going to have to hit enter instead of just hitting the key by itself, because then it's going to actually take an actual text input, and then I'll expand basically. Parser adds flexibility. Go north instead of hit 1. Keep the vocabulary small initially. Add a task to document the initial command set. Yeah, see, this is the thing. This isn't going to have an initial command set. It's just going to be pretty much the same as the way it works currently, but the way you input it in there is going to be slightly modified, so that I don't have to change all that much. I don't have to actually change what the choices do and stuff yet, because it's not a full-fledged deal yet. Implementation of an inventory system allow players to collect and manage items. Develop an inventory system. Implement commands to test usability. Feedback. This is a natural progression. Commands like take and use will integrate well within the parser. Add a task to define initial items, e.g. civil ticket and their purposes. Yeah. I guess I can do that. If I'm having an inventory system, I don't have to have objects to pick up and to put down or whatever and to use. So probably I'll need to define that. I'll need to design that then. Expansion of interactivity. Increase the complexity of interactions. Expand parser vocabulary. Add complex interactions will ensure a logical flow. Expanding verbs. Talk open will enrich gameplay. Logical flow is crucial to avoid confusion. Include a task to test edge cases, e.g. invalid commands. That's probably fine. Actually, Grok seems to be filling in what ChatGPT didn't put in there in the first place, and it's probably just the differences in the way that they work. Right? They're LLMs, but they're different LLMs, and they're trained differently. So yeah. Okay. Design puzzles. Implement. Okay. Create engaging puzzles. Design puzzles. Implement mechanics. Test for logic and fun. Feedback. Puzzles can tie into the narrative. Unlocking a door with an item. Testing for fun is subjective. Consider playtesting. And test for logic, the fun thing was, I think, is something that ChatGPT actually put in there itself in the daily test for fun. Yeah, because fun is subjective. But yeah, I would consider playtesting. Add a task to categorize puzzles, e.g. I don't know what categorizing puzzles would help. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask Grok to actually kind of define some of these, and so yeah. So we're gonna maybe I should. No, I'll keep going on with this. We'll do the thing here. Actually, implementing the JSON files and parsing them in, I'll do them today for sure, but maybe after I finish this part here. Create backgrounds and scene visuals. Replace text with visuals. Develop backgrounds. Replace descriptions and test alignment. This is a major shift. Ensure visuals enhance rather than overwhelm the story. Add a task to create a style guide for art consistency. I don't really know about style guides, but you know what? I'm trying to learn how to do this. Doing this in phases so that I can manage this stuff. And so when I do backgrounds style guide, probably I have to learn how to do a style guide, but sure, I could do that. Um, Honestly, I should probably have started typing in here as I was going through these. So I'll have to go back through them. So you'll have to bear with me as I go through these, read feedback, and then go in and address the individual spots here. Create backgrounds as team visuals. Right. Okay. Creation of clickable hotspots, including navigation. Allow interaction via clickable elements. Add hotspots element. Implement navigation controls. Test responsiveness. Clickable hotspots are perfect for a point-and-click transition. Test for click accuracy. Include a task to define hotspot areas. Well, that's... but that is what add hotspots are. I mean, that's not really an extra task. Is what I'm doing. If it should be more definable, I could do that. Define hotspot areas, then add them or something. Visual and auditory feedback. Provide feedback for interactions. Add animations, include sound effects and test mechanisms. Feedback enhances immersion. Ensure it's not overdone, e.g. too many sounds. Add a task to balance feedback, volume, and duration. That's fine, I guess. UI design and implementation. Develop and integrate a user interface. Design layout, implement elements, and test usability. A good UI is critical. Usability testing is key. Add a task to prototype the UI early, and gather feedback. Okay, so this is the point, right? I'll be developing the UI in phase 12, and I know it's later than earlier, but now we have all the stuff that we need to interact with and stuff, so I'll be doing that here. So the whole task is so I can prototype the UI and get feedback from it, and essentially I'll essentially be doing that. Design layout, implement elements, test usability, prototype the UI. Yeah, well, prototype the UI is part of it. NPCs as separate objects. Introduce interactive NPCs. Tasks make NPCs clickable. Add dialogue trees. Ensure engagement. Dialogue trees add depth. Keep them manageable. 2 to 3 levels. Include tasks to design NPC personalities for variety. The thing about this is, I'm not doing an RPG, which means you're not gonna have like random, like I think in a lot of RPGs you'll have NPCs that aren't specifically designed for the game per se. Like maybe they're for a specific task you're doing. Maybe I generate some kind of randomly or semi-randomly with random names and certain things that they got to do, whatever. Maybe have a task for NPCs to do to deliver, whatever to you. You go to a store and all stores operate the same way. They have items and whatever. And so you're not necessarily going to make shopkeeper A and shopkeeper B and give them different personalities. I mean, you might do it because you want to do it for story purposes and because that's how you make the game. I'm not saying you would never do that. I'm saying what you're starting out with is you're starting out with a you have a template so that you have a store and the way it works. So you won't necessarily have separate different kinds of words and things it says because they all operate the same way. Uh, so designing NPC personalities is not a thing because any NPC is going to be a character in the story that doesn't that you don't play, that doesn't have maybe a lasting impact. A good example of this is the cook in that's working in the Grand Enchanted Landian kitchen. She actually helps the princess escape, and she escapes with Hubert and John and the princess because she doesn't want to work for the bad guys anymore. And I'm not really planning on making her a character per se. I might later on. I might decide to do that, but right away she's kind of sort of incidental to the game, right? But uh, I wanted her in there because there's some stuff that needs to happen. For instance, the guards wanted to search the princess, and so we do this thing where the cook kind of steps in and intervenes and says she'll search her, just so that the men, the guards who are men, don't, kind of manhandle her and stuff. And so, and then she whispers something to her, and the princess has the plans for the Omni Gate, which is the big machine in the game to open the multiple portals. And so the princess passes the papers she swiped and to the cook, and the cook keeps them and then manages to get them back to her, so that when they looked, it's like, okay, I searched her, she doesn't have the papers, when really that's true because the princess passed the papers on to the cook secretly. So so she's important to the story, but not important enough that she's a character that you play, right? But it's not going to be shopkeeper A and townsperson B and whatever like that. These are specific characters specifically for the narrative. So that is not going to be it's not going to be. I'm not going to design separate classes for different types of NPCs and give them like a personality profile, which has them choose certain words and stuff like that. They're going to be specific. If you have a barkeep that you have to talk to, uh, he's going to be the barkeep, and I won't necessarily have another barkeep, or if I do have another barkeep, it'll be a separate character completely, and I'll have specific responses and things for that barkeep, because they're different characters. They're not NPCs as in generic NPCs, if that makes any sense. I don't know if it makes any sense to you, but hopefully it does. Okay, and it looks like we're down to one person watching, which is probably me, because both the YouTube live control panel and YouTube itself are just showing one. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back into this. NPC personalities for okay. Enhance inventory with graphical elements. Create item visuals, clickable hotspots, and include feedback. So, graphical inventory items will improve the experience. Test for intuitiveness. Add a task to map items to hotspots. You click to use. That is okay. 15. Character movement. Add character movement for exploration. Implement controllable movement. Animate movements. Include audio feedback. Movement adds immersion. Ensure smooth and responsive. Add a task to test movement boundaries, room edges, that sort of thing. Clarity. The roadmap is clear with objectives and tasks making it easy to follow. Progression phases build logically, starting simple and adding complexity. Timeline without explicit dates. Flexible. If you'd like, we can estimate durations. Suggestion for improvement. Add timelines. Assign approximate start and end dates. March 2025. Give yourself a schedule, especially since you mentioned March 14th as your current date. And it is my current date. I don't know if I did that today or I guess I must have though. Milestone. Each phase has an implied milestone, e.g., playable game in phase 1. Strict explicit. State these as checkpoints. Milestone. Functional. Choose your own adventure game to track progress. Dependencies. No dependencies between phases. E.g., phase 5 parser relies on phase 1 narrative. This helps prioritize tasks. Testing emphasis. Strengthen testing tasks across phases. Test across devices for to catch issues. Updated roadmap optional. Here's a revised version with my suggestions. Keeping your structure. Okay. All right. Let me read over this real quick here too. Task, write the narrative with branching paths, implement decision points via keyboard, test enter all branches lead to data outcomes, create a basic json. Milestone, functional, choose your own to go with your game with linear. Okay. Actually, maybe I should just go ahead and based on this, add my notes because it just showed it here. Okay. So, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go through this and each one I'm gonna add a thing to it. So, here's my feedback from your suggestions. One, I've already created json file structure for rooms and choices when we created the big file with all the JSON room objects. Don't really need to include this because it's already done for one thing. Okay, shift enter 2. Introduce navigation system. Right. Seamless transitions. Okay, that's map out the game world. I like the map out the game world. I like that map out the game world. I was going to just do it here soon. I was going to just start doing it here anytime here soon. But putting it into phase 2 is a good idea. So I like that one. Actually, maybe I should okay. Note, if I like any of the suggestions, I won't mention them here. I'm just mentioning the ones that I don't think are necessary. For instance, one as listed below is not something I want to put in there, but 2 is a good idea, but I won't mention 2 in the list below because I like it as you suggested it, i.e. as is. Okay, so we won't be putting 2 in here. Let's check out 3. Multiple player characters. Design how character switches affect the narrative. 3. I don't really know how designing how character switches affect the narrative applies, because it's not going to change anything. It's just that single or groups of characters will sometimes have their own tasks, and I want to allow the player to be able to switch to a different character or task if they get stuck on one. This will add a bit of non-linearity. Which is the whole purpose of doing a game instead of a movie. Okay. Okay. Let's see what 4 says. Test compatibility across different screen resolutions. 4, this is the one I was saying. Test compatibility between screen resolutions is not really important at this stage. The idea is just to have some sort of structure in place for when I start adding backgrounds and things, which will also serve sort of as thumbnails to the actual graphics in the later phases. Okay. Okay. Let's see 5. Let's see what 5 does. Section of parser. Document initial command set. Okay, so the document initial command set. There isn't going to be much of a command set. I'm going to duplicate the I'm going to duplicate the let's see. I'm going to make it act almost the same as the current interface. But since it will be an actual parser, you'll have to do an additional step when playing. For instance, you hit 1 to go to the next screen. But when I do the parser, it's going to accept the 1, and then you have to hit enter to send it to the parser. Let's see. I was gonna say something here. Hold on a sec. Let me think. Let me think of it. Let's see. I'm gonna make it hit one, it's going to accept one, and then you have to enter to send it to the parser. What was I going to say? Doggone it. Functionally equivalent to the existing system. Again, this is to get the parser in there initially, so that later I can build on it. And that's why I have a separate step in. Now, okay, we're at wait a second. Oh no, that's the inventory system is 6. Okay, 5. We're on 5 right now. That's why I have a separate step in 7 for that purpose. Okay. Let's see 6. Implementation of the inventory system, commands for manipulating inventory, test the inventory system reusability, define initial items and their purposes. That is actually okay. I just decided that would be okay. Let's go to 7. Expansion of interactivity, test edge cases. 7. While 7 is actually fine, I just want to clarify that I'm going to be implementing the command set at this phase. Also to mention, during phase 5, no, I can't do that during phase 5 because right now you hit the 1 key and it instantly goes to the next room, and it's going to wait for the command. It's going to wait for you to hit enter, so it'll be completely switched to that. So I won't be able to do those at the same time. However, I will be able to do 7 at the same time. At the same time, I'm going to leave in the I'm going to leave in the command set that I implemented in 5. That is no command set, but you'll still be able to use one to do twice one. Wait a second, where did I, okay, 6 was 5, inventory was 7. At this point it'll be parser based. Okay, I'm gonna leave that just because at this point we're actually gonna implement like pick up and put down and open door and whatever commands go north, south, east, and west. At this point, the actually though that might not be true. You're still gonna have the choices. Let's see. You're gonna still have the choices. Pick up item. Pick up item. We're implementing. Actually, we're kind of implementing a command set in the inventory, so that'll actually carry over to 7. Okay, well, I'll just leave it like I said. Okay, so let's see if 8 needs changing here. Puzzle diagram implementation and create engaging challenging puzzles for the game. Categorize puzzles. 8 seems okay, but I don't really get the purpose of categorizing the puzzles. I'm just going to create them, I'm just going to define them, and I'll have the set for each room with the puzzles, what you're going to do and stuff. So 7 and 8 kind of seem okay. 8 doesn't need to be messed with, or so I'm kind of challenging that. Okay, 9, create background and scene visuals, test visuals for alignment with the narrative, create a style guide. Okay. I guess we'll leave 9. I was going to go ahead and put a note on it saying the thing like testing different resolutions and stuff. We could start doing it in that. Maybe I'll do that. 9 is also good. However, at this point, we can start testing different resolutions and so forth. Why is... I guess I put 2 spaces. Okay. It's also good. However, at this point, we can start testing different resolutions and so forth as well. Okay, well... Oh, doggone it! Dang it! I hit enter instead of shift enter. Okay, we'll let it go, and then I'll tell it I have a few more things to go through. Dang it, I hate that. Why? Wait a minute, why did it go through 7? Okay. And why did it not do the whole thing? I don't get it. Cause hadn't I gotten up to 8 puzzle design and implementation? Oh, I think I was going to do it and I hadn't typed it yet. That's why I hit enter instead of shift enter to go to the next line to actually enter it in. Okay. Your feedback. I already created JSON, generated earlier, citing task to create JSON phase isn't necessary. It's already understood. I suggested heading that task because the roadmap didn't explicitly mention it. Already implemented. You don't see how designing how character switches affect the narrative. Character switches won't change the narrative. Instead, they allow the players to control single characters with their own tasks. Adding non-linearity, players can switch between different tasks. Thanks for the clarification. I misunderstood the role of character switching in your game. I had assumed character switches might alter the story. Different dialogue or outcomes based on an active character. I see now that your goal is to enable non-linearity by letting players switch between characters, tackle different tasks, or overcome obstacles. Great way to add flexibility and player agency without changing the core narrative. I'll remove the suggested task about that. Okay. For test compatibility across screen resolutions, testing is important at this stage. Phase 4 is about establishing a structure for backgrounds with a surface thumbnails for later graphics and subsequent phases. Got it. Suggest testing across resolutions based because audio-visual elements can behave differently in various displays. But so your focus in phase 4 is laying the groundwork with static images as placeholders and thumbnails. Since we're not prioritizing cross-device compatibility, I'll remove this task from phase 4. We can review resolution testing in a later phase. Okay. Document initial command set. Your command. There will be much of a command set in phase 5. The parser will function similar to the current interface where players hit a number. And then press enter to send it to the parser, functionally equivalent to the existing system. This phase is about introducing the parser minimally, with plans to expand it in phase 7. I appreciate the explanation. I suggested documenting the command set to ensure clarity for future expansions, but I understand now that phase 5 parser is intentionally minimal, mirroring the current number choice system. Hit 1 becomes 1 plus enter. Since the parser is the stepping stone for later phases and the command set is small, initially just numbers, documenting here isn't necessary. I'll remove this task and note that the parser mimics the existing system for now with the expansion plan for phase 7. Okay, everything seems to be going right. All right, so far 7. Well, 8's in there. Oh, that's Interesting. Okay. I guess I did enter it in though. Okay. Phase 7 is fine. It's suggested you want to clarify that you'll be implementing the command set at this phase. Thanks for the clarification. I understand that phase 7 is where you expand the parts of vocabulary, adding verbs like go, look, take, and look to create. Okay, and actually I'm going to go ahead and, okay, so 8. You don't see the purpose of categorizing puzzles. Um, Fair point. I suggested categorizing puzzles to help organize them during design, knowing whether a puzzle is logic-based, or solving a riddle, inventory-based, or something else can guide implementation testing, ensuring you have a mix of puzzle types for variety. However, if you don't find this categorization useful for your workflow, it's not necessary. You can design puzzles without formal categories and still achieve the same goal. Remove it. Okay. All right. I get what it was saying. So, I mean, maybe it's a good idea to do that. I don't know. Possibly. Uh, so then I can test each category and then okay, test different resolutions. Phase 9 is good, but you know at this point you can start testing resolutions and other factors. Got it. Phase 9 involves replacing text descriptions with visual depictions. It is a natural point to begin testing across different resolutions and potentially other factors like aspect ratios and performance. I didn't originally include this in Phase 9 because I had suggested it for Phase 4, but since you deferred it, I'll task it to Phase 9. Okay. Um, okay. So, um, no, I actually wasn't done when I hit enter. Um, so I have to go the through the rest of the list. But I also have a few more clarifications over what I already said. Give me a second to review it. Give me a second to review it. Okay. It'll probably say something like, yeah, go ahead, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, okay, JSON thing, character switches. Let's see, this is a great way to add, okay, compatibility, got it. Revisit, functionally equivalent. I appreciate explanations, suggest documented into future expansion. Okay, that's fine. 7. Okay, we'll go to 7 again. Oh, yeah, I wanted to clarify. Okay, so 7 actually expands it, but I didn't really think about it, but uh, phase 6 will have some of these already implemented in the inventory system. So I'll just need to transfer them inventory system. So they'll probably already be working by 7, but still in 7 I can make sure they actually work for the actual in-game items. So if 7 actually expands the command set, but I didn't really think about it because phase 6 has some of these already implemented in the inventory system, so they'll probably be already working by 7, but I can still by 7 I can still make sure they actually work for the actual in-game items. Okay, shift enter. All right. You don't see the purpose of categorizing. I actually Okay. 8. I'm actually changing my mind about that. Sounds like a good idea, especially for testing and implementing different types of puzzles. So you can add that back into 8. About puzzle, puzzle categorization. Okay, so you can add that back into 8. Okay, and then 9. Let's see. You can start testing different resolutions and other factors. Okay. And keep in mind that. Okay, so it actually my entry, it entered everything in there, but it's just not showing everything in there, which is kind of bizarre. So apparently did enter everything in there. Okay, so 8, 9. Oh, phase 4. Okay. Okay. 7, 8, 9. 4 and 9. Also add in audio. Again, 4 is for just a basic audio system setup. Probably some public domain or Creative Commons music in the background. Um, 9, I'll probably start adding sound effects to 2. Okay. Which brings us back to the rest of the list. Hit enter. 10. Creation of clickable hotspots, including navigation. Add clickable hotspots. Put navigation controls as clickable elements. Define hotspots areas. 10. Yes, but define hotspot areas is the same as add clickable hotspots. Or you could combine it and say define hotspot areas. Oh, actually, you know what? I think that's right. 10. I was gonna say that that's what you already do when you add clickable hotspots. Define hotspot areas will probably be first. Okay, 10. So I was going to say that defining hotspot areas was the same thing as add clickable hotspots, but you know, it's actually correct as its own task. However, it should be before, i.e. the first task, before adding them. Before adding them. Okay. Should be Okay, let's do this. Shift, insert. Okay, 10. Okay, 11. Create visual auditory feedback. Animation effects for interactive include audible feedback. Test feedback mechanism. Bounce feedback volume and duration. Yeah, I guess that's all right. That's that sound design. I was thinking maybe I would add something if you do the kind of this similar thing with the animations or effects, but we'll leave that in. We won't mess with that. That looks all right. 12. UI design implementation. Test the UI, prototype the UI early on, and gather feedback. Yeah, that is what designing is, implementing the elements. I don't know. Should I be? Hey, Greg. And I'm gonna go ahead and acknowledge you in the chat as well. Hey, Greg. Okay. Yeah, this is a weird thing. Somebody comes in and says something, I at least want to acknowledge them in the chat as well as on screen. Anyways, hey, I had decided to stop in and I needed to add an extra phase into my phased approach because let me think. What was the phase? The phase is, oh yeah, to be able to go to address state changes basically. So you should be able to go back to a room. There's several locations that you go back to in the game that could use the same room info, but could save the state change. So that way I don't have to have multiple rooms of the same room of the same location. And instead, you can literally go back to the same room, but then the state changes are different. In other words, they're doing something different now in the same location, same description or whatever. So, that I think I'm gonna make that as an actual phase where maybe it won't be state changes because you only really want that when you're actually doing like inventory, when you're picking stuff up and putting stuff down, that sort of thing. Uh, so what it would be is it would be find a way of allowing you to go back to the same room, like the same room description, right? But different actions, different things to do in that room. That way you can have like, yeah, let's see. Make the choices box be separate. See, right now the way I have it set up is the description is displayed, and then your options for what to do for which room to go into is also in the description, and it works off the keyboard. So later on, when I start doing the thing of using the same location, maybe the choice is maybe the choices should be separate. That would actually mean that the that would need its own structure. In fact, the JSON it would mean that the rooms need. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I guess it would mean that it would need separate choices array for each different interaction. You go back 3 times, you might do 3 different things, 3 different choices, or 3 different sets of choices, and they should be in there as 3 different sets of choices. I'll have to think about that. It'll still be the same kind of adding a phase, but the way I do it will be slightly different. I'm just going through this thing. I'm going through the phase system with the Grok so it can be up to date, and it's also suggesting stuff, and then I'll add that in. And then today, at some point today, for sure, I'm going to load in the JSON files that I created and into the game, so it'll be usable, viewable, or whatever. fact, I might even upload it to itch.io once it's done. It'll just be like straight up book version. Basically, you just click to go to the next page, and just so you can try it out, maybe I might do that because I think Redot can go ahead and create a web version of it, so that should be okay. I do have the 3D stuff, so I'm not sure if we can do the 3D stuff for the web. I'll have to test it out and see if I can do that. Maybe that'll be in maybe that'll be in a separate stream. Maybe that'll be on Monday. Monday I'll figure out how to upload it to ditch.io and allow you to play it. Okay, create visual, add animations or effects. Yeah, feedback volume. Okay, we're doing that. That's fine. 12, UI. Prototype the UI early and gather feedback. Test the UI for usability. I tell it to remove that, I guess. Like a personal game website. Well, itch.io allows you to display games on itch.io. I'm sure you've been there before. If not, here, let me show you in here, itch.io. And it shows you all kinds of games that people have made, and a lot of them are playable on the web, even. But there's a ton of games in here. I do have an account. I don't remember my login, so I'll have to like fix it. And I do have my own website, but it's WordPress, but I haven't updated it in ages, like ages and ages. The last time I updated this was 2016, and that's almost now, like 9 years. It's almost 10 years now that I last posted to this. Actually, it'll be 9 years come April 4th, I guess. This was for something old thing I did. I did Pong Adventure, a Flash version of Pong Adventure, and literally is what it is. It's two guys playing Pong in an adventure framework that it made in Flash back in the day. I haven't since like 2014. I have a game up there from back in the day. I just don't remember my login either. Yeah. But at some point, I'm gonna go ahead and actually redesign my website here, and it's not gonna be necessarily a WordPress blog. It'll actually be like maybe a proper website. I don't know. It kind of depends. I can actually use the AI to help me design an actual website now, which is kind of cool. Which I didn't really have, before. I'd have to learn it myself, and the AI can really help with that. But yeah, itch.io, and I haven't actually. Here, see if I can. Good. It should. There we go. And this is my. Let's see. Oh, good. There we go. Well, that's weird. It doesn't even have anything on the page at all. Oh, there we go. My profile, I guess. Right. Wall ball. I don't even know. It says 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, somebody actually put a comment on here. I was going to do a roguelike. I was using Haxiflixel, and I had this kind of framework that I set up. We got I for instructions. Oh, here. I for instructions. Regular instructions will be forthcoming. In the meantime, press the arrows to move around, space to jump to random locations on the map. Z and X changes decks in the current ship, and B will generate a brand new ship. Okay, start. Bending space, hang on to your butts. And then, so yeah. And then you can basically just go to different areas. Okay. Now this is interesting. It's actually created a room that I can't go anywhere. There's no exit here except for this one. Oh, but I can go up here though. I see. I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay. So basically, this is the whole map, and this is a room that you're in. That's why there's only one exit here. And then when you go up here, now you can go left and right. Anyways, I had this fake, I used DOS code 492 code page, and I mean, it was kind of cool. I was just gonna, anyways, forget the instructions here. B generated a new ship. Z and X changes decks. Okay. Start. Okay. So you're in a room, right? So you're in that was actually the starting room, and then right, and there's an exit down. Now I can hit B to generate a new ship, and they're random ship generator essentially. And then you also have multiple decks. So let's here. Let's see if I can change decks here. See. And then this is the bottom deck here, or actually I don't know if it's the bottom deck. Oh yeah, it's the bottom deck. And I forget, I had a certain amount of anyways, what am I doing this for? Anyways, a couple years ago I had that page on there. Okay, so this is I'm working on fixing up my trying to log into mine now. Yeah. So yeah, so back to the actual phase thing here. So 12 is prototype. Prototyping is part of designing it, I guess, or implementing it, even testing it. Okay, I don't really need to prototype it per se. I guess a separate prototype for that, that's a possibility. I could probably, I guess I could do a separate prototype for it and to make sure it works before actually designing. But see, I'm designing the layout. I appreciate you showing me your stuff. Yeah, that's fine. It's just, yeah. I was actually kind of pretty proud of the fake ASCII that I did in Haxflixel or Hex. It's called Hex. I always call it Haxi, but Haxiflixel, whatever. And then there was always a problem with implementing a like a console type of thing where you'd hit enter and then it would come back, and there was kind of a problem because of the way the loops worked in Flixel. So I eventually stopped that, but I was kind of proud of that little thing that I started making. Anyways, okay, so I don't need a prototype per se. However, I suppose it would probably be a good idea to actually prototype it in a different project by itself. So after designing inventory displays dialog boxes. Okay. So it should be the first task. One of the first times I'm actually not developing something on the game itself for the game. But I guess it makes sense. Hit enter. 13 NPCs as separate objects. Make clickable. Okay. 13. NPCs in adventure games aren't like RPGs. I'm not doing any generics. For instance, shopkeeper A armor B, townsperson C. They're each going to be actual characters. You just won't be playing them. So you can remove the whole design and NPCs for variety, as they're going to each be independently developed. Okay, shift enter. Inventory system interactive. Yeah, so right at this point, we already have clickable hotspots in the game. The inventory system does not have, and it doesn't have an actual, like you don't click on it. And also at this time, I'll probably still have the, what do I say? I'll still have the text parser in there. So you can still do everything with text parser at the same time, and eventually then I'll phase it out. Maybe after 15, but I decided to stop the actual list there. So map items to hotspots. Include graphical. Okay, I don't have to worry about 14. That actually looks fine. Character movement. Include audio feedback for character test movement boundaries, room edges. That is probably okay. So 15. Okay. The last two are okay. Okay. So 7 actually expands the command set, but I didn't really think about it that phase 6 will have some of these already implemented in the inventory system, so it'll probably be working by 7, but still in 7 I can make sure they actually work in the actual game, in-game items. Actually changing my mind about puzzle categorization sounds like a good idea, especially for testing and implementing different types of puzzles, so you can add that back into 8. Keep in mind 4 and 9 also add in audio. 4 again is just for a basic audio system setup, probably public domain and Creative Commons music in the background. I'll probably start adding sound effects too in 9. Which brings us back to the rest of the list. 10, I was going to say that defining hotspot areas was the same thing as adding clickable hotspots, but it's actually correct in this as its own task. However, it should be before adding them, i.e. the first task. 12, I don't really need to prototype it per se. However, I suppose it'd be a good idea to actually prototype it in a different project by itself, so that it would be the first task. One of the first times I'm actually not developing something on the game itself for the game, but I guess it makes sense. NPCs in adventure games aren't like RPGs. I'm not doing any generics. For instance, Shopkeeper A, Armor B, Townsperson C. They're each going to be actual characters. You just won't be playing them, so you can't. You can remove the whole design NPCs for a variety, as they're going to each be independently developed. Last two are okay. Thanks for additional feedback and clarification. I appreciate you taking the time to go through the roadmap in detail. I'll address the clarifications for the phase you already mentioned, commented on, and then incorporate your feedback in the remaining phases. Let's break it down. Update. Okay. 7. Your clarification. Phase 6 will already implement some commands. Take, drop, use, examine for the inventory system, so they'll likely be working by phase 7. However, phase 7, you'll ensure these commands work for in-game items beyond the inventory system, i.e. interact with the environment. Got it. I understand now that phase 6 introduces inventory-specific commands, and phase 7 expands their use to general in-game interactions, e.g. using take on the environmental objects, not just inventory items. I'll update phase 7 to clarify that it builds on phase 6 commands, focusing on broader applications. They work for in-game items. Also know that phase 6, that these commands are initially inventory focused. Puzzle design implementation, your clarification. You've changed your mind about categorizing puzzles. Now sounds like a good idea, especially for testing and implementing different types of puzzles. So you like to add this task back. Great decision. Categorizing puzzles will indeed help with testing and triggering a variety of challenges and implementation, balancing puzzle types. I'll this back to phase 8 as originally suggested. Okay, and 4 and 9 audio phases and audio in phases 4 and 9. Clarification: Phase 4 introduces basic audio system background music like the public domain Creative Commons, while Phase 9 adds sound effects to enhance the visual scenes. Thanks for clarification. I'll update Phase 4. Specify the background music will be sourced from public domain. It doesn't have to do that, but that's okay. I was just trying to tell it not to exclude the audio. I'll add tasks to Phase 9 to include sound effects along with the visuals, ensuring clarity on the audio progression. Feedback. Your feedback. Creation initially thought of defining hotspot areas was the same thing as adding clickable hotspots, but you agree it's a distinct task. However, it should be the first task before adding hotspots. I agree. Defining hotspot areas will be a preparatory step before implementing the hotspots themselves. And I'll reorder the task in phase 10. UI design and implementation. So this is taking a list that I created with ChatGPT earlier, and so now Grok is adding its 2 cents in and updating it, and then I'll also tell it about how the actual interpreter is probably going to work all the way through phase 15, and then afterwards probably be removed at some point. So, yeah. Or I could just leave it in there. If I like it enough and I want to allow you to play the game as interpreter based, text parser based, I should say, even though you get full. Because if you remember the old Sierra games, originally they didn't really have mouse because mouse kind of wasn't standard. But when we got to kind of the PC era and Amiga and stuff, they started adding mouse input. So you could walk around, you have a pull down menu, you could access with the mouse, but you still type in your commands, right, to do stuff, to interact. So I might just leave that in. I don't know yet, but that's far into the future. It doesn't really matter right now. Okay. UI design and implementation. You don't need to prototype UI per se, but you think that prototyping is a separate project is a good idea to make the first task, so it will be one of the first times you're developing sub for the game outside the main project. Prototyping in separate projects is a fantastic idea. It lets you experiment with the UI layout without affecting your main game, reducing risk. I'll update Phase 12 to make prototype UI in separate project the first task, replacing the original prototype the UI early and gather feedback task, since you don't need to in-game prototyping. NPCs as separate objects. NPCs in adventure games aren't like RPGs, right? That's why I said that. Understood. I suggested designing variety, thinking there might be generic NPCs, but since your NPC in your game, Hebert, John, and Princess, is a distinct character with its own development, this task isn't necessary. I'll remove design NPC personalities for variety from phase 13, focusing instead on their clickable nature and dialogue trees. 14-15, okay, as is. Noted. Okay. Updated, revised roadmap incorporating all your feedback, including the clarification and updates for phases 4 through 15. Right? Test, map out the game world, character switching, music, limitation 7. Test education, so that's alright. Categorize puzzles. Okay, everything looks pretty good. Updated roadmap, that's feedback. Okay. One final note, but you don't have to modify the roadmap, is the fact that the text parser is going to remain in effect even when even into phase 15, and afterwards I'll decide whether to remove it or just leave it in for people that want to use it. Because I have multiple ways to interact, it might be a fun idea. Anyways. Okay, what 2:15, huh? That's interesting. It corresponds exactly because I started exactly. But interesting. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so 2:15. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I might have to take my break here soon. You don't have to modify the roadmap. Is the fact that the text parser is going to remain in effect even in phase 15. Afterwards, I'll decide whether to remove it or just leave it. So I'm clarifying that even when I add the other stuff in. I'll have to refresh my coffee too in a few. Thanks for that final note. I won't modify the roadmap since you asked me to leave it as is, but I'll acknowledge and incorporate your comment about the text parser for future references. It's a great decision to keep the text parser in effect and beyond the flexibility to remove it or leave it option for players afterwards. Put that versatility to your game. Okay. Since the parser is introduced in phase 5 and expanded in phase 7, keeping it through phase 15 ensures a core mechanic. Players can use text commands alongside clickable hotspots and character movement. Leaving the option to remove or retain is smart. It allows you to gather player feedback. Okay, no roadmap change. Okay. One thing I do want you to change is the name. It's now revision. I don't know what after Zeta. Greek letter after Zeta. Zeta. Eta or Eta. 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 Show me the Greek alphabet and their names. Or alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, g, omicron, pi, rho, sigma, tau, epsilon, phi, chi, psi, omega. Interesting, right? Eta. Okay. Let's go back to Grok. It's now revision. Now revision. So we're going with the Greek alphabet here. If it turns out that I have more revisions than Greek letters, then maybe I'll do regular English letters. You know, whatever Phoenician alphabet, I guess, is what. So hopefully it can do it here. Timeline estimation. Got it. I'll update the name of your roadmap from revision Zeta to revision Eta. As requested, here's the updated new revision and keeping all the other content exactly as we left in the last version. Let's see. Hopefully it does it, because sometimes it'll say it does something and it doesn't do something. It's like when I provided a link, it only showed 7 of the items. It didn't show the whole item, so I had to copy paste this all in there. So that for future reference, copied to clipboard. Let's go in here. Let's go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and modify this. We're going to edit this. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and paste. Oh, that's right. Ah, that is right. So, here, I'll just leave this like there. I'm not going to do it just yet. Okay. Okay. So now that we got all of that out of the way, I want to introduce a new phase, and I'm not 100% sure where I want it positioned, but either, and let's go back up here. Let's see. Actually, I think I do. Either after phase 2 or after phase 3, which is a phase for I won't be saving state changes. This is what I just clarified that with myself by going through here. Matt wants to try the roguelike. Assuming you're watching, Matt, you mean mine? Here, I'll address you in RC. You mean what I showed in the stream? It's not really a roguelike anyways, if that's what you're referring to. Assuming that he was watching at all, which he may or may have not been doing. But anyways, introduce a new phase. I'm not 100% sure where I want it positioned, but either after phase 2 or after phase 3, which is a phase for how should I say this? Making rooms independent so that I can reuse the rooms. Initially, I was thinking about saving state changes, but I'm not sure now if I want to have it actually change state or simply want to give it a generic description but allowing for multiple choice sets. Do you have a recommendation before actually modifying the list? There we go. Okay. Give it generic. New phases make rooms independent for reusability is fantastic. It'll add flexibility to your game structure and pave the way for more dynamic gameplay as you progress through it. Your phases. Let's break this down. Explore your options for room independence, state changes versus generic description with multiple choice sets, and recommend the best approach and placement for this phase before modifying the roadmap. Your goal is to make rooms independent so they can be reused in different contexts within your games. Initially, you considered saving state changes, tracking a room state whether a door is unlocked, but now you're leaning towards using generic description multiple choice sets to allow flexibility without necessarily changing the room state. Let's define these concepts and evaluate both approaches. State changes. This approach involves tracking a room state, e.g. the door is locked, the door is unlocked, and saving the state in a game state file or json. When the player revisits the room, the description and available choices reflect the updated state. Pros: adds depth, rooms feel alive and responsive to player actions. It's randomly yes. Okay, so I guess he's not actively watching the stream, but that's okay. Yeah, it's not actually a roguelike. It's a random ship generator with multiple decks, which you can navigate You start off in a room, put exits, and then the room shows up in front of the deck map. And you can generate random chips by hitting hold on a second. By hitting B and navigate decks by hitting X, Z, and X. It's like I think it was like 3 to 7, something like 3 to 7 decks per ship or some such. I can't remember. You can move around on each deck too. It was to test out my fake ASCII display code, and I was going to make it into a rogue like, but stopped somewhere along the line for whatever needs, for whatever reason. It was to test out my fake ASCII display code, and I was going to make it into a roguelike, but stopped somewhere along the line for whatever reason. In fact, I don't even know where the code is. I have the code somewhere here, probably on my NTFS drive, but maybe you could do it now with Redot, even for that matter, because Redot will do web stuff, and it's purely 2D, and it displays the characters. I could probably come up with the same thing. I think it used XML. I can't remember exactly. No, that was for user graph, which I never continued with. Okay, so understanding room reusability, state changes as that supports puzzle narrative progressive, unlocking the door with key changes to room permanently. Increases complexity. You need a system to track and save state changes, e.g., a dictionary of room states. Harder to reuse rooms generically as their state is tied to specific player actions. Yeah. Okay. So there's going to be a thing like you're going to implement a inventory, and you're going to have text parser and whatever, and at that point, it's going to be fully interactive. So you're going to still need to save state changes. So I don't know. Maybe I'd introduce that phase after that. Maybe the whole state change. Maybe what I should do is I should make a phase for separating the choices into choice sets and a description, so you can reuse the same room with different choice sets. But then also then later after that, I can do the save state thing when I do the. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Generic description of multiple choice sets. Keeps the room's core description static, but allows the room to have multiple sets of choices depending on the context which is visited. For example, room A might have choice set 1, hit 1 to go north, then visited from room B, but choice set 2, hit 1 to talk to Hubert when visited from room C. Pro, simpler to implement, no need to track state changes, highly reusable. Rooms can fit in different iterative paths by swapping choice sets. Supports nonlinearity without requiring persistent state. Cons, less dynamic. Rooms won't remember player actions. That's fine. Might feel repetitive if choice sets don't vary enough. Recommendation, generic description with multiple choice sets. Alignment early phases. Phase 1 focuses on choose your own adventure. Phase 2 adds navigation. Phase 3 adding a state tracking this early on would increase complexity significantly, especially since you don't yet have a save load system, which you might introduce later. Ah, yes. So save and load system. Where would I do that at? I would do that at. Maybe I'll have it. Multiple Okay, so now I'm thinking of multiple phases, right? Okay, so this one phase could be this deal where I generic description with multiple choice sets so you can return to the same room, use the same room file. And that would be a phase. That might be just after phase. Uh, that might be just after phase 2, I think. Phase 2, yeah. Then I might introduce the deal where I have the basic save and load function, and then also the save state system. So a state system for rooms, and that might be a good idea to actually do those as two separate or no, those would be the same phase, but so I have two phases for that. So let's see here for a second. Support your goal of nonlinearity, feature flexibility, positioning new phase. After phase 2 or phase 3. Phase 2 introduces free exploration of directional commands, making rooms more independent. Adding room reusability here ensures that players navigate rooms can be revisited. You leverage reusable rooms in phase 3 when introducing multiple characters, allowing different characters to interact with the same room differently. Phase 3 character switching might complicate room reusability if characters have unique interactions that aren't yet defined. After phase 3, introduce roles and attributes for characters, you have a clear idea of how different characters might interact with rooms. This can inform your choice sets, e.g. Chester Dragon might have a fly choice in a room where John has a walk choice. Gives you more time to refine the navigation system before tracking reusability. Cons, this delays the reusability feature, which might limit non-linear exploration in phase 3. Place the new phase after phase 2, allowing you to establish room reusability early will enhance the navigation system flexibility and prepare you for phase 3's character switching. By defining choice sets based on navigation context where the player came from, you can make the rooms feel more dynamic without state tracking. You'll be ready to adapt those choice sets for different characters in phase 3. Okay, let's call this new phase room independence for reusability and define its tasks based on the generic description of multiple choice sets approach. Objective: make rooms independent and reusable by decoupling their descriptions and choices from a single linear path. Task: refactor room data to include generic description and multiple choice sets. Okay, we can do that. Implement logic to select the appropriate choice set based on context. E.g. previous room player state. Test room reusability. Okay, that's fine. How a room json might look with this approach. Room 1, you stand in a dusty lobby, Chinaland, stairs, thick. Okay, choice sets. Hit 1 if you wish to go to the study. 2 if you wish to explore the resort. From study. Hit 1 if you wish to talk to Hubert. From start. From study. Okay. Enter room. The game checks context, previous room ID, selects the appropriate choice set from start, from study. Updated roadmap, new phase. Okay, 3. Okay, that actually looks good. 4 multiple player characters. 4 multiple player characters. 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, next step. Okay. And now, after thinking about this and discussing it, let's add the state saved system as another new phase, probably after let's see something here. Parser inventory system, expansion of interactivity. We're going to say possibly after 8, before 9. So after phase 8. This should include a full save and load system, including room room states. Here. Full save and load system. So this means that, you know, it takes longer now because I add these extra phases. But it kind of depends on what they are and how long they'll take, you know, because I might be at such a point where stuff is easy to kind of switch around and implement at that point, possibly. Yeah. Common problem with amateur game devs, you get sick of the project before it's finished because working on it alone makes it longer than normal. Uh, yeah, I'm sure Hypercoos is not watching my stream, but I'll address him in here. I didn't stop because it was taking too long. But I do kind of forget why. I think I might have hit a snag. Either that or life intervened. Sometimes life kind of intrudes, and so I had to stop it for a while. And then the longer I was gone from it, the longer that I'm glad we had this discussion. Okay, adding new phases to save state system, including a full save and load system with room states, is a fantastic addition. Placing after phase 8. Okay, so no, phase 8 was not. Okay. Okay, so what do we got here? Do we have 17, but navigation system, room independence, multiple player characters, add audiovisual elements, introduction of parser, implementation of inventory system, expansive interactivity. No, no, no. Okay, so you got it wrong. You got it wrong since you were thinking of the previous version of the list where puzzle where puzzles were phase 8, but now puzzles are phase 9. So it's supposed to be after expansion of interactivity, but before puzzles. Please reorder accordingly. See if it reorders it properly, because now it's starting to go off the tracks, and I don't kind of exactly know why it does this, but it just tends to do this sometimes. Apologies for the mix-up. You're absolutely right. Mistakenly referred to a previous version where puzzles were phase 8, but in the current revision ADA roadmap, puzzles are phase 9. Says you want the new save state system phase to be after expansion of interactivity, but before puzzle design and implementation. I'll reorder the phase accordingly. Let's correct this and update the correct placement. Okay. Inserted phase 9, pushing puzzle design and implementation phase 10, shifting all subsequent phases down by 1. So let's, it should have a thing where it says, please revise, you know, please review it and tell me if that works, or if that's, yeah. Okay, choose your own style game. That's fine. Navigation system. That's all right. 3 room independence for reusability. Multiple choice sets. Got it. Multiple player characters, which is fine. 5 is audiovisual element. 6 is the parser. 7 is the inventory system. 8 is the increase the complexity of interactions, expand the parser for more verbs and actions. Build and phase 7 commands, that's alright. Save state system. Save state and load to preserve game progress, including room states. Task. Assign the data structure to store game state. Current room ID, player choices, room states. Let's see here. Including room states to enhance player experience and support non-linear gameplay. Task. Design a data structure to store the game state. Okay. Room states like door unlocked, item taken. Develop a save system to write this game state to a file, JSON, or custom format. Implement a load system to restore the game state from a save file. Test the save load system to ensure all states, including room-specific changes, are preserved and restored correctly. Ensure compatibility with reusable rooms from phase 3 and multiple character states from phase 4. Milestone: a fully functional save and load system with room state preservation. Okay, that sounds good. Puzzle design and implementation. Of course, Kara has puzzles, that's right. Backgrounds and scene visuals. Right. That's right. 11 is purely yeah. It's purely visual. Visual auditory feedback. 15, 16 NPCs as separate objects. 16 make inventory, and that's good. Now correctly places phase 9. Let me know what you'd like to focus on next. So I'm going to copy this. Or actually, I forgot. I can do this. Okay. Paste. Now we've got 2 new. Okay, and no changes with everything else. And let's just go ahead. Where's the... Okay, save changes. Okay. Revision ETA or ADA. I always pronounce it beta. I know you guys from the UK pronounce it beta sometimes. Like vitamin, what is it vitamins? Vitamins? Vitamins instead of vitamins. I mean, that's all right. You can pronounce it the way you want to. That's cool. Hypergoose doesn't know anything. He's Hypergoose is kind of a troll. If you're ever in game designers on Libera.chat on IRC, Internet Relay Chat. Okay, so let's go ahead to back to Grok. Okay, so even with these new revisions, they're referred to as revision ADA. So no change in name or anything. So here's the new revision ADA roadmap. Control V, and we'll put that in there. Okay. The reason is because I always have to tell it. I have to actually tell it that I have to paste it in here instead of giving it a link. I keep trying to give it the links to stuff, and it completely gets off track. And even here, it got off track by not reordering the phases like I wanted it to. It was going off of an old version instead of just going off of just the one we just did. And I don't really know how to communicate that to any developers or anything. But if anybody knows how to communicate to AI developers, have them be able to do basic stuff like just remember what they just did in the last thing instead of trying to go up based on the whole conversation. They should start with what happened before it. So it should actually work backwards so that you can incorporate stuff from backwards. providing this updated roadmap. It'll match the vision I last provided. The save state system correctly placed in phase 9. All subsequent phases shifted accordingly. It's expected no further changes. Now 17 phases. All tax. Okay. I already had a bit of a timeline via Chat GPT, but since I need to continue focusing on phase 1, it's March 14th. Shoot, maybe we can. Well, we can't get the full phase done, so I guess it'll have to be the end of April before I get the full complete game, with choices and everything done. I can get this part done to start, and I can start making decisions, maybe, and we'll see if we'll see how much I can get done here before the end of March. If I can get that done by the end of March, though, that'll be good. Already a bit of a timeline. I'm going to leave the timeline stuff until after I finish this phase. I'm intending to be done by the end of April. That is a fully functioning choose your own adventure style game. I don't expect to get the finished game done by the end of March. I may get as far as having all the decision points in and working, but not any finished text. Okay. So, great, you already have a timeline. It makes sense to hold off finalizing until you get completed phase 1. Solid goal, since you're already anticipating having all decision points implemented by the end of March, but not finished text yet. Gives you a realistic buffer to polish the narrative and testing. Yeah, I mean, there won't be a lot of testing, and there won't be a lot of, but it'll be finished narrative. It'll be like reading a book, and I'll have to make sure that I keep all of the things that happen in the scene or in the room short enough that it can be all on the one page, including the choices. So we'll see. Okay, so let me pull this back up. King Pickle VR. Hey. Hey, King Pickle VR. Where'd you hear about us from? Is it from Discord, and what Discord? Like the Redot Discord? Is it from X or just IRC maybe? Hey man. Well, okay. So anyways, let's see. Boom, phase 1. Complete phase 1, but here's how to approach it. Load JSON files in Redot. Write GD script to load each room's JSON and store its data. GD script extends node, current room file path, load room, right? Something like that. Parse string. And then I can, yeah, current room description or whatever. Exactly. Yeah, that's actually fine. That does give me the idea that I don't have to do a lot of things, and I will put it in the rooms. Um, Place a script on a node in your Redot scene. Add a label node to display the description and text loading art. Handle keyboard input choices. I already got all that stuff done. Okay. Yeah, so I'll be going. In fact, I'm probably going to do it at the end of the break. I know that, okay, so it's 2:50. Um, and I usually try to take a 30-minute break. So 3:30 would be. Oh, it's 3 hours already, right? 3 hours, 4 hours. Hmm. I got to get this done today. So I'm going to take my break here in about 10 minutes, 8 minutes, say, 3 o'clock. I'll be back at 3:30, and then I'll finish off and be done by 4:30, I think, hopefully. Um, so yeah. Anyways, if you're new here, thanks and welcome. Um, if you're not still in here, because it looks like it's only one person in here watching. I don't really know how the watching kind of works and how it tags it and stuff. So apparently nobody's watching right now. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't really matter that much, but I always refer to it because I always see it, and I'm always wondering, what does it use to judge, who's watching and who's not, and how many views you've got, and all that kind of cool stuff. Okay, so let us bring up. Okay, so first, what we need to do is we need to copy the rooms. What did they do with that? Okay. Um, let's open that in a new tab. Dev stuff. Python projects or split rooms. Oh yeah, if you wanted to know, okay. Oh, I forgot. One thing I forgot. Uh, I'm just gonna do this. So, and I'm gonna put Control V. There we go. All 17. So I'm gonna save it. Save it. And this should be, yeah, this should be in the Redot project, and that way it'll reflect here. I won't update it just yet because I've got to do a couple more things before I commit the changes here. And that is, I need to we need to get all of the rooms. Where? Okay. So I'll just briefly show this to you. Rooms.txt, right? This is the rooms.txt here, right? ID, room, name, description, including your choices. And these are the actual door objects here. Briefly, and then open with text editor, and then this is the actual program, the actual Python program that basically Grok came up with it and then kind of showed me how to do it. It goes through each line. It puts it appends the rooms to the lines, and then it will write out each file because I got the file names above each JSON object or JSON object, I guess. And so it took and split it into these 92 rooms, and I tested a few of the JSON files, and they seem to validate correctly. So I'm going to assume that they're all correct. We'll see later if there's an error or problem. We'll see. Copy I want to copy that over to our project, and this needs to be up here. I need to go. I called it scenes. Why don't I call it? Um, let's go into scenes. Let's go ahead and base scene, room manager scene, room viewer scene, rooms. There we go. This is the actual rooms here. So let's go ahead and put this in here. Paste. Okay. So now in here, it's got all the JSONs also. So let's go ahead and say what did I just add for oh yeah. Updated added individual JSON room files, JSON room files, and updated roadmap. Okay, we don't strictly need a description. Let's just do it, and let's just go ahead and push it. Push it. Okay. Okay, good. Everything's in there. Let's actually go to a Redot. Let's run Redot. All right. Alrighty then. Phase 1. Now I had a launcher. Maybe I don't need launchers for that. Cause I go into the thing in here anyways. I probably don't even need one for Blender to remove all of those extra launcher files, desktop file things. Just remove it from the map and just run them directly. I mean, okay, let's open this. I'm going to attempt to have this in here. JSON. Okay. So now what I need to do, okay, so I'm going to run it here so anybody that's watching can get the idea. Main menu is a room. Welcome to Enchanted Lands. Take a magical vacation, slay a dragon. Okay, rescue princess. Okay, hit 1 if you want to visit Hubert's abode. Hubert goes to his home, steps through the different door to a small foyer where medium size. And the one thing I want to do is I want to modify. I want to add. Let's add a room to. Do I want to add it to here, or do I want to add it to one of the other rooms? Let's see here. Or maybe I should add it to the main menu. Yeah, maybe I actually do that. Let's okay, so these are actual room files, but not the main menu. Should not be in here, right? No, main menu is actually in here. But let's just go ahead and let's go to the main menu here. And we have door to game start. And I'm going to add another door to that. So what we're going to do is we're going to say hit 2 to go to the first JSON based room. Okay, we're going to do that. Okay, we're going to save it. That's just a description. Let's copy. And let's paste. And let's rename this your to first JSON room. That choice should be 2. Destination should be RM001. Resort max closure. Okay, like that. And Control S. Now, if I play this, nothing should happen when I hit 2. So we're actually shoot. It's already 3 o'clock. Okay, let's just do this for a quick sec. 2 to go to the first JSON base room. So I'm gonna hit 2, and hopefully it's not gonna do anything because it doesn't know how to load that. Oh. So I don't have code to handle rooms that aren't proper. Okay, murder. You know what? I'm gonna leave it here because I gotta start being on time, right? So I am gonna go ahead and take my break right now. And for anybody that's still here at the end of the break, or on the other side of the break, I want to say thanks. Thanks for sticking with me. And if you're gone already, thanks for anybody who popped in, anybody who watched a little bit, scanned through, which is fine. And I'll see you either on the other side of the break, or I'll see you tomorrow for editing, for edit day. So yeah, so I'm gonna switch the break, and I'm gonna turn off my mic right now. Okay, I had to get my coffee, and so I'm only... Okay, I'm actually 4 minutes late, sorry about that. And let's go back to desktop. Okay. Nobody in here, I'm sure. It's kind of okay. Actually, I should always expect that, especially after a break, because anytime you give somebody a chance to leave, they'll leave. You know, unless you're like super good. You know, if I ever get good enough to where people just they love watching or listening, then that won't happen. But I'm just like a nobody YouTuber right now. I just had to get an update on my copy. So there we go. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, I was trying to load in uh, this JSON file, which of course is not the right format. In fact, it didn't find a room. So the thing that I don't get... Okay. So what we need to do here is real simple. Is we need to make sure it doesn't change the room. Current room description. Okay, so there's kind of a thought here. I do need to change this a little bit. Okay. Back from the break. Back from the break. Alrighty, so thanks, Rook. Okay, so here's the thing I didn't think about. Okay, so just to briefly show you what change room does, it takes a string, which is actually the name. Like this is Book of Spells. This is the actual name of the room. The door. If you look at the door here, okay, that's from Start Here. So we're on the main menu. Door to game start. It's called Start Here, and should have... Oh, I guess this is an alphabetical order down here on the left. We have a Start Here scene, right? It's actually a room, but the Start Here scene. So, shoot, I might leave these rooms in, not study upper level, just the Start Here and the menu. It kind of depends. But okay, so the Start Here is a door, and the destination is Start Here, and that's the name of the scene file. And so what this does is then it goes into rooms, and then it opens the room string, the name, right, which would be Start Here, and then it appends that tscn, and then it instantiates the room, right? So it instantiates the room, and then I add it. So what happens here is there is no room called... There's a file here called max rm001-resort-max-closure, but it's a JSON file. I haven't had things to do JSON files. So I want to actually change... Okay, so let's go through how the change room works. Okay, so it's a string, right? Then it checks and make sure that the current room is existing. If it exists, you want to remove it. You want to free it, make sure it's null. If it's null, which it should be after this, then if it's already null, then it should be here. It should be null anyways. But we're just doing kind of this double safety check here. So if it's null, then we load up the tscene file, and then we add the child. Okay, and then we use the current room. Current room isn't going to exist. So really what we want to do is we want to find a way to check if the room file is there. So how do we do that? Okay, should I ask Grok to do it, or should I actually look it up myself? Because in a sense, you don't want to So, okay, so there's two ways I could do this. One is I could check and make sure that the file is there that I'm looking for. And if it's not, then don't load the room. This will require that I check it first and then not do any of this if that's the case. The other way I could do it, which is probably the way I will do it, is I could let me think. I can make new room. So I could have a variable that was new room. I could say I could load the new room, and then yeah. So this is what I'm thinking in my head. I could do the loading first. I could actually load the room. I could say new room equals load. All this stuff instantiate. If new room is not equal to null, then add the child, and then take the current room, remove it. I think this is all by reference, but I'm not 100% sure. Is this all by, it's all by reference, right? I can say equals. I can still say equals, right? Because it does that and then it does that. Yeah. So I could just simply use equals, I believe. Okay, so let's do something here. There's no block commenting in here, which is kind of annoying, but I mean that's the way it is. Control Z, Z, Z. Let's copy this. Control C, P. Okay, I know it already exists, so we're just going to go ahead and why don't they have block comments in GD script? Maybe this is something I could propose to the Redot guys, because half of their deal was that they wanted to fix some outstanding issues with Godot. It wasn't just the political stuff that they did this. They just used the political deal as the thing to kind of push them on. So okay, so let's do this. New, let's say var, right? I keep forgetting here. Yeah. Var new room equals. Okay. We're gonna do this. Now, I'm gonna load it up like that. Yeah, we're not doing this double thing. It's just because I copied the whole stupid thing. That doesn't work. Why doesn't that? Oh, because it needs to be indented. No, it's indented. What? Oh, let's stop. What's the error? Equals or choice number equals 1. Oh, because it has the same name. Okay. Let's call this let's call this room name. That way this should be, what's the problem? I don't know what the problem is. So what's the error here though? I mean, it's obvious I'm doing something wrong. And oh, room name. Is that it? That's it. Okay, of course. If new room is not equal null. Actually, I can actually take these out. I'd normally put them in. Yeah, I know this has got to be. Okay. Now we're gonna do this a little bit differently. Well, I guess I'll just tab these in just so that works. That's correct here. Why is that? What's the problem there? Oh, I keep forgetting about how this all works. Okay, so before I do anything here, let's see what else. I'm just trying to do this myself instead of having Grok do it for me. This is not an automated thing. This is a thing where I decide, and I'm just trying to figure out my own problem. If new room does not equal null, if current room does not equal null, then okay. So we've already loaded this. So instead of that, free it, set it to null. Now, we're going to do this. If this is equal to null, we're still going to do this. I guess I'll leave it in because I don't know. I don't know if I need to be super defensive like this. Maybe I'll have somebody look over it, or maybe I'll have Grok look over it, whatever. But current room is equal to null, then current room equals new room. Okay, that should be fine. Now, instead of this, we're doing this. If new room is null, then we don't do anything. If new room is not null, then what do? We say if current room is not null, which it shouldn't be, it should be current room should be current room, remove it, free it, set it to null, and then instead of loading it, since we already have it loaded and it's not null, then we set current room to new room, we add current room, and then we do everything like normal. And so what should happen here when I run it is it should do nothing because the file is not the right kind of file. And we're just going to do this. See, one to start. Oh, but we do have a problem. And why is that a problem? 0, can I exit? Wait, 2. Oh. Let's try this again. Stop. Play. It should not do anything. Why is it having a problem though? We're setting new room to null. Attempt to call function instantiate in base null instance. Oh, because yeah, of course. What am I thinking? Okay, so we want to modify this further. We want to not do the instantiate part here. What we want to do here is we want to just load it, but then if it's not null, then we do new room dot instantiate. There. Booyah. Okay, actually, let's hit stop here. I know I should always hit stop, I guess, but I don't. But I should. What is... Oh, because this is just the loader. Okay. I mean, I understand kind of what's going on here. Current room is a room object. This is just a pack scene, and then you instantiate it, put it into another variable, essentially. We'll do it this way: is var scene equals this if scene does not equal null, then new room equals scene dot instantiate. What's the problem now? Not declared in current scope. Oh, okay. And actually, it should be just in the scope. So that should work. Right? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to exist outside. In fact, the whole thing doesn't, because the current room is going to equal the new room, right? The scene. And I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a separate function that will load the JSON. So it'll take the JSON string, and then it will parse it, and then it will create a new scene, which is a type room, right? These are actual room types. This is a room, right? Yeah, it's a room. So room is this. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out anyways. So I'll need to create a scene. I'll need to create a room node. So I'll need to create a new scene, and then I'll need to add the room node as a child after I create the room node based on the JSON that I just parsed. Okay. I mean, that sounds valid anyways. Okay. So this should work now. It should just not do anything. I just want it not to do anything. And what we're going to do also is we're going to do if it's equal to null after it's been loaded, that means that the scene file hasn't been loaded, and then that's when we'll load the JSON, and we'll base it off of that, and that way I can actually do both items. I can actually load both items that way. And I'm not sure if I'll stick with doing that, but I'll do that initially, and then maybe I'll decide afterwards to remove. But maybe I'll keep it in, because maybe the stuff like the main menu and start here and all that, maybe they should just be base scenes that are rooms with a room node, and so it should work like normal. but then I should also be able to do the json as well. So that way, if the scene file is in there, then it's gonna look for the actual it's gonna look for the json, and it's gonna load that. Anyways, let's see if this works. And by working, it means it doesn't do anything and nothing happens, and I can still use it like normal. So I hit 2, make sure I'm selected, hit 2, nothing happens, hit 1, that's fine, 1, okay, 0 to quit. So everything works as it's supposed to, okay? So the next thing we want to do is we want to add a function. We're going to add a function here. Now, I'm going to have one load command, and it's going to be like load room, right? So we're going to call it load room, func load room. Should I put JSON as a thing just to differentiate it? I don't actually have a load room normally, so I may not need to be that explicit, but maybe that's a good idea. Maybe I'll just go ahead and make sure it's explicit. Load room JSON, like that. Load room JSON. Okay. And we're going to say room name, colon the string. And we're going to return a, we're actually going to return a, are we going to return a scene? We're going to return, I guess I should return a scene, right? Load room JSON, create scene. I'm trying to think of what to call it. Up symbol. Returns research from file system. Resource loader load. Relative paths. Files. Images. Research from file system. Resource. What is a scene node anyways? These are all the resources, I guess, huh? Shader, script, scene. Anything that is an actual scene, or how does that work? Pack scene, one of the most common objects is also a resource. Pack scene. Provides, let's see, can be used to save a node to a file. That's kind of interesting. Loading save scene. Preload. Scene equals preload. Add child scene. I don't know what's the difference of using preload with load. The thing that I always saw was to actually use load, so I'm not really sure. Example creates 3 objects. Node 2D. Rigid body 2D. The path isn't known at compile time. Okay, I see. That's all right. And so it's a pack scene, I guess. Okay. Tutorial properties bundled. Dictionary representation of scene comments. Available keys include names and variants for resources, node count, nodes, node paths for nodes. I see. Huh. Close. 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 So really we're dealing with packed scenes. So this is actually a packed scene, right? It loads the scene file, the text scene, then loads it as a packed scene resource, right? And then we instantiate it as a new room object. A room file, room. Load. Oh, and of course it has the room is of course the main menu is the room, and that's a node that's attached to the scene. I get it. I get it. Okay, so this goes back to the daily load room JSON, I guess. Load room JSON, and then which will take the it will load in the it'll parse the it'll parse the JSON. Then I read the details. Then I create a like a pack scene, I guess. I wonder if there's a way to tell what kind of resources loaded from load. If I could tell that somehow. Okay, load room JSON. What am I going to return? Am I going to return the JSON object? Let me think. Load room. We're actually going to name this load room from JSON. Actually capitalize that. From JSON, what we're going to actually return is we're going to return a room node, I think. Right? Okay, tab var room equals null. Return room. That doesn't work though. Why doesn't that work? Oh, of course. And that should work, right? Okay, that works. Yeah, okay. So, okay, so here's the deal. I didn't realize what I was doing here, but we're actually going to create the room. It's going to return a room, like load room from JSON. Then it's going to pull it in. It's going to parse it. It's going to take the deals. It's going to set the room details as a child, and then I'm going to create room from scene, right? So I don't know if I need separate functions for this, but create room from scene. I could say pack scene, but we'll just say scene. And And all we want is room, room. And what we want to return, though, is, I think we want to return packed scene. No. Create scene from room is what we want. Create scene from room. Okay? Because that's what this is, right? Create scene from room. And then what we want to do is we want to return a scene. And I guess it's a pack scene. Is that right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we load the resource. Here, I guess I should go ahead and ask Grok this. I'm not going to have it right. Okay. So now I'm back to parsing JSON files, but I don't want you to write it out for me, but I do want you to answer a question. I'm going to create a room node, which is basically, okay, I'm going to create a new room node based on this JSON object. And then I'm going to take the room node and create a scene and attach it. But first, I want to know what kind of resource that I'm returning with load with the load command from this line. And I want to copy this. Let's copy that. I believe it's a packed scene, but I could be wrong. Keep in mind this is Redot AE Redot Redot 4.3. Is this true? Okay. So it can tell me here. The only bad part here is it takes a little time to think, and I could probably look it up quicker maybe, but maybe not. So you're absolutely correct. Redot, and when you load function path tscene, that resource type return is indeed pack scene. Let me confirm and explain why this is the case, along with some context. Make sure you're on the right track. What load does the load function use the load resource from a given file path? In this case, you're loading a tscene file, which is a scene file, a serialized representation of a scene tree, including nodes, properties, and scripts. Resource type for tscene files, when you load a tscene file, returns a pack scene resource. Pack scene is a special resource type that represents a scene in a packed serialized form, ready to be instantiated into a live scene tree using the instantiate method. So yes, you're correct. Var scene would hold a pack scene resource after the load call. Pack scene is sequentially a blueprint of your scene and contains all the information about the nodes, their properties, and the hierarchies defined in the tscene file, but is not yet part of the active game world. You need to instantiate it to create an actual instance of the scene, a node that you can add to the scene tree. Use an example. Load scenes room name.tscene returns pack scene room instance scene that instantiate creates a live node. Okay, add child room instance. Okay, double checking behavior load same as earlier versions. Returns a pack scene. Hasn't changed from 4x series. You can confirm that TypeScript use type in GDScript using is scene is pack scene. Yes, it's a pack scene. File not found. Doesn't exist. Load return null. That's fine. Incorrect resource type. If the file isn't a tscene file, might return a different. Okay, so I'm right with that. Okay, because I was thinking about using the pack scene, but I don't think it should be a pack scene, right? Pack scene is just the thing that and then instantiate actually creates a scene. So, I'm just thinking something here. I was thinking that I would create a packed scene. As a variable type, and then attach the room node to it. So is a scene in the end just a plain node, or do I create it as a packed scene? My guess here is that packed scene is just for loaded for items loaded from disk, in which case I couldn't. So do I just use a base node after parsing the json? In fact, could I simply, well, in fact, could I simply just create the room node directly? Since I have current room in my room manager script file, maybe I don't need a separate scene instance. Let's see if it can tell what I just said, because I don't even know what I just said. I'm getting the idea that when you load a scene, it loads as a pack scene resource. You instantiate it, it instantiates it as a node. You're diving deep into the mechanics. I love that you're thinking through this. Let's unpack your question and thoughts creating a pack scene, attaching a room node, and whether you need a separate scene instance already when you already have a current room variable in your room manager. Just clarify the roles of pack scene and node, address your guess about loading from disk, and then guide on whether you can create the room node directly. Pack scene is a resource type that represents a serialized scene stored on disk. Tscene file, it's like a blueprint. You can load and instantiate into a live scene tree. You use load to get the pack scene from a file. Call instantiate on it to create an actual node or hierarchy of nodes that can be added to the scene tree. So in a sense, I don't even need to instantiate or have a scene or anything. It can just be the room node. Whereas in the so before I go back to Grok, and we're getting low on time, I'm gonna need to close this up here in about 15 minutes. Okay, so scene just creates a node is what I'm getting, and I forget what I was saying. Oh yeah, So main menu is a room node. And so that is technically the scene. So a scene is just a node, right? So that means I do it directly. So that's, I think that's correct. Anyways, design for building pre-designed scenes from this, not for creating nodes programmatically from scratch. Was a node. A node is a base class for all objects in the scene tree. Represents a live instance in your game's running environment. When you instantiate a packed scene, you get a node or a derived type like spatial control, depending on the scene. You can create a node directly in code using node new without loading from a file. You're spot on that packed scene is primarily for items loaded from disk. It's not meant for dynamically creating nodes based on the parsed json data unless you pre-built those nodes in this tscene file. You mentioned creating a packed scene as a variable type and then attaching a room node to it, but now you're questioning whether you need a separate scene instead of giving you your current room variable in the room manager script. Let's evaluate. Creating a packed scene. If you set scene load scene as a packed scene, attaching a room node to it doesn't make sense directly. Packed scene is a resource, not a container. Instead, you'd instantiate it to get a node. Creates a node from packed scene, attaches it to the scene tree. Okay. This assumes that you've pre-made tscene files for each room, which might not align with your json-based approach. Is a scene just a plain node, not quite a scene? In Godot, Redot is typically a hierarchy of nodes saved as a packed scene. When instantiated, it becomes a node or a derived type that you can manipulate. However, if you're building the room dynamically, you don't need a packed scene. You can create the node directly. Do you need a separate scene instance? Probably not, especially since you have a current room variable in your room manager. If a current room is intended to hold the current room's data or node, you can populate it directly with a newly created node based on the JSON, avoiding the overhead of loading a packed scene from disk. And then it's going to tell me how to do. Since you're parsing JSON, the 92 room files we created, you can create a room node programmatically without relying on the pre-made tscene files. This aligns with your idea of not needing a separate instance. It kind of gets me about the explanation it thinks it needs to give. Like, it already told me above what it needs to, what it all means. So it doesn't really need to give me all of this over again. Since you're parsing, okay, why it works, the JSON contains all the room data, ID, description, doors. You can use GDScript to create a node, e.g. custom room node, and set its properties based on the JSON. This is more flexible. Okay, your current room variable, current room in your current room manager script is meant to represent the current room. As a node or dictionary of data, you can assign a newly created room node to it after parsing the JSON. Example approach. Define a custom room node as script, parse the JSON, use current room to hold this node data. Load room from JSON, file access open, parse string, create a new room node, assuming the room.gd script exists. And it does. I guess well, at least not in this discussion. I guess I haven't really showed it, the code or anything. Room node equals node.new, or use a custom node. Yeah, room.new, right? Yeah, room node.set script, room.gd, room node init from JSON, custom method to set properties. Update current room equals remove child, use room node, add child, update display. Okay, update display. Sample room.gd. I did not think of that. I can actually put that in there. I didn't think about actually putting that in there. I can just do that, couldn't I? It would actually do it. Or, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, init from JSON, right? Okay, I get it. get description. I haven't even had a thing to access the actual data in here. I'm just doing it from like the inspector or whatever. So okay. Don't use pack scene, use base node or custom room node. A scene. Okay. I've got stuff already made. I can paste it here. Just give me a moment or two. All right. Load, shoot, now I need to load room data from json. Actually, the room manager can, the room manager is actually the one that's actually doing the initialization anyways. Create scene from room. I don't need to do that. Oop. Change room. Load room data from json. Okay. Return a room instance. So it'll actually create a room instance here. Here's the room class. Good starting point to understand how you set up your room class. Finds a custom node type called room, inherits from node. Any node in your scene tree can be accessed, can be assigned to the script to become a room instance. Extends node, right? Base class. Var room name equals string blank room. Yep. You can edit this value, make it customizable. It's a basic template. The description includes the instructions rather than actual game content. There's no handling for doors navigation yet. No doors, array, or logic to process choices. Yeah, yeah. Alignment with json. Add doors property. I, yeah, doors. I mean, I could do that in the room class. I'm just doing them directly right now. Let me show you the rest of it. Just another moment. Okay, we'll go into door. Here's the door class. Here's the room manager script. let's just go ahead and actually, since I modified stuff, let's go ahead and update these. Are these all saved? I think they're saved, right? Main menu.tscene file. Room manager. Right. Okay. Let's just go ahead and we're moving version. Haven't removed the old version yet in comments. Commit. Push origin. Just want to make sure it's pushing. Okay, and it's done. Okay, good. Okay. So now what I can do actually is I can delete this. Okay, I can save it. And then I'll go ahead and move old change room function. Okay. Commit. Push. And that should go. Shoot, it's already 4:30. Got it. I want to be done with this. I want to be ready for, whatever. Okay. Anyways. Select all. Copy. Go back here. Control V. And then let's do one more thing. And that is enter. Actually, I don't need shift enter here, but that'll be all right. Let's do a screenshot. And in fact, I can actually, here, let's do screenshot. Let's go into Redot editor and a menu scene. Okay, let's selection, take screenshot. Copy the clipboard. And let's go back over here and let's control V. And we put any doors inside inside the room class. Although you could tell me if I should do this or not. Why is call what? Oh, I see. Yeah. Hopefully it'll know what I put it in there. Uh, Breakdown. Door with the choice of string destination. Edit inspector. Room manager. Breakdown. Nodes, room viewer text, likely labeled for displaying the room description, current room, ready. You pre-built a main menu scene with doors, but you haven't added doors to the room class itself. Suggests your current setup relies on editor place door nodes rather than JSON defined ones. Yeah. I mean, but I can do that because I actually have the ones in the JSON file, so I could actually make sure it's ready-made. Well, yeah, I see. That means I can't really look at it, can I? Exactly. That's interesting. The room manager iterates over the get room door nodes, which are attached to the editor. In the editor, works for pre-designed scenes, won't dynamically reflect the doors array from your JSON files. I can create them and I can add them as children, which is what I was going to do anyways. You should add doors room to the room class or manage them programmatically to line defines doors, but your current room class doesn't store or use this data. Adding doors to the class lets you populate them. Um, Add a doors array. Alternative, keep doors as editor place nodes. Switch to JSON driven doors. Paxi necessary. Suggest adjustments. Update room. Data doors arrayed. Update room manager. Load JSON. Create a room call init from JSON with the JSON data. Add door nodes as children based on the doors array. Return the room node. See that? See, this is the thing though. If I'm adding doors nodes as children, I don't need to actually store them inside the room node. They can exist as separate. I mean, I could make what I could do is I could make. That's an interesting thought. The whole reason that it was a scene in the first place, so that I could load them in and I could see at a glance by looking at them what doors are attached. But now I have to do it through. That's right. Interesting. Very interesting. That means if I ever want to do some way to edit stuff, I have to do it as a separate app. I create a separate app that allows you to, and then have the code actually load up. And maybe I'll do that at some point. Honestly. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I don't need a doors array. I just create them programmatically in the room manager. Now, in the room manager script and attach them directly. Um, Conceptually, a room should actually contain the doors. So what I do when I create the room node is I create the doors, I add the door nodes on. Even then, I don't need to keep the door. Well, maybe I do though. I need to keep the door nodes, don't I? So that array, I create them, and then I attach them as children. So I guess when I'm actually creating a new room, Yeah, I never thought about that. Door nodes. So I see where this approach would work. I don't need the doors array. I just create them programmatically. The room, conceptually, a room should actually contain the doors. So I see where this approach would work. Right, a room now has doors, so a room object should have door objects that I attach. I create, and then I attach them directly. Okay. Current setup. Room manager currently preloads to have door nodes attached in the editor. However, now you're moving json base rooms instead of storing doors array in a room. Create door nodes pragmatically and attach them. This allows you to create door nodes just dynamically, set their choice and destination, attach them to the room. You agree that room should conceptually contain its doors as part of its data structure. But you're fine with your current approach. Why your approach works: dynamic creation, compatibility with current code. Yeah. Adding doors as children will work seamlessly with your existing navigation logic. More self-contained. Adding doors where there's no immediate change. Parse json, load json file, parses data, create the room node, instantiate a room node, and set its room name and description. Create door nodes. Implement load data from json. Right, parse the data, create a room node, create a door node, return the room node, update change room. Huh. I mean, I guess I should do it more closer to the way you said it. Honestly, I should have an array of doors, of door objects inside the room object. But I should also create and attach them in the room node. In fact, I think all the loading and everything could be put into the room node. And so change and so change room might have to be modified a bit. You don't need to, but I'm Just thinking what I will do over the next week or so. I'll let it, it's gonna create a bunch of crap on here, but you know, I can't really stop it from doing that. It's just gonna do that. Okay, but uh could you think of any reasons I might want the or objects to be separate separate classes rather than just properties of the rooms themselves? Agree with your reasoning. It makes a lot of sense to redesign where the room class contains the array of door objects, handles its own loading and door creation, aligns with the conceptual idea that a room should encapsulate its doors, making the room class more self-contained and reducing the responsibility of room manager. It also simplifies future phases like the state save system, where room-specific data, including doors, needs to be saved and loaded. Let's break this down. Provide guidance. Okay, blah 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 blah. High-level plan for adjustments. Add the doors array. Uh, Load from json. Parse data. Okay. Because I don't actually need a separate room. Well, that's not okay. That's not really. It is true. There are actual nodes attached, but do I need a class, right? Could I just make the door nodes contain in? Does it need? It's like, does it need to be separate class? You know, back in the days when you're using C, just list C or C++, basically. Um, or we'll just say C, right? A struct, right? A struct is a structure or record or whatever. It's like a record in Turbo Pascal. Basically, it's a collection of data of different types, right? Um, so, you know, it's like personnel records in a database or something, right? And so basically, your object, your class in C++, or just your program in general, has this structure, these variables, right? The members, the door members, actually. And yeah, they might need to be separate, right? Because I don't know how GDScript handles it, so that's why that's kind of what I'm learning here. Could you think of any reasons I might want door objects to be separate classes rather than just properties of the room? That's a great question. Deciding whether door objects are separate classes you currently have with your class making them properties of room class. Storing doors as a simple array of dictionaries or structs within room. Yeah, okay, dictionary. Yeah, it'd be dictionary, wouldn't it? It could be dictionary, or I didn't even know GDScript had structs. So, I guess have their merits. Best choice depends on game's needs, especially as you progress through your roadmap phases. As separate classes as well. Keeping door objects as separate classes for several compelling reasons, rather than encapsulation of behavior. A door class can have its own methods and logic, making it self-contained entity. For example, you might add methods like open lock is accessible to handle door-specific behavior, i.e., e.g., checking if the player has the key to unlock it. Example, in Phase 10 puzzle design, you might have a puzzle where a door is locked and the condition is met. A door class can manage this. Blank room is locked, false is accessible, is locked, unlocked is locked equals false. If doors were just properties, choice one, you need this logic in room or room manager to get messy as complexity goes. Okay. Okay, I might just do that then. I might keep them as separate objects, right? Because that's kind of right. Because eventually the door object is gonna. It might even have it might have like a little location in the scene, you know, an actual like a hitbox kind of thing. Or it'd be in 3D space, but it would have like a space on the floor where the door takes up. So you stand in front of a door, you open it up, and you know depending on how things, how scene switches. Maybe the door is just essentially an area on the right side of the screen that if you walk off screen, it changes scenes to another scene, right? Um, because this is going to still handle like a 2D game, not a 3D game. In other words, I'm going to use the 3D to position the sprites and stuff, and then I'm going to use uh, what was I saying? Anyways, you get the idea. I forget things too easy sometimes. And I only have 15 minutes left. I should have got off at 4:30, but just give me a sec. Capital method logic. Okay, that's fine. Extensibility. As your game evolves, state setting door multiple has been used. Phase 15. NPC might interact with the door. Door class can emit signals like signal door open. NPCs respond to. Example, door with signal. Door open, function open, emit signal, door opened. Oh yeah, node hierarchy benefits. Since door extends node, it can be a child of the room node in the scene tree, which aligns with your current room manager logic. Makes it easy to traverse and manage doors in the scene tree. Future use. Phase 12. Doors might become clickable hotspots as nodes that can have their own area 2D, collision shape 2D, children, or click detection, which is harder to manage if doors are just properties. Yes. Inspector and debugging with door as a node and export properties. You can inspect them and modify doors in the Redot editor for pre-built scenes. Like this is helpful for debugging. You can see all the doors attached to a room without editing code or json. A door class can be reused across different contexts, doors in rooms, portals, even trapdoors and puzzles. You can send the door class later to add specific behavior. If doors were just properties, you need to duplicate logic in every class that uses them. Properties. For completeness, let's consider the alternatives storing doors as properties. Here are scenarios. Simplicity in early phases. Doors don't need complex behavior. Just navigation points, a simple array like might be easier to manage than creating nodes. Trade-off. You need to handle navigation logic in Room Manager without relying on get children, which might make input more complex, iterating over current room doors instead. Yeah. Smaller memory footprint. And nodes have more overhead than simple dictionaries. Your game is thousands of rooms, dozens of doors each. Storing doors as properties might save memory. Okay. Reality check. 92 rooms, 1 to 3 doors each. This isn't a concern for your project. Node overhead is negligible here. Easier serialization. When you reach phase save state system, saving an array of dictionaries, it might be simpler than serializing a node hierarchy. Counterpoint. Nodes can be serialized too by saving their properties to a dictionary, and door as a node makes it easier to add state, e.g. is locked later. Stick with doors separate class. Recommendation, future phases, current code. Okay. Alright, guidance for the next step. Here's how you can proceed over the next week refining your approach. Update room. Add a doors array to store the JSON data. Yes. Parse the JSON, set room name and description, populate doors array, create door at nodes children. Load parse, set room name and description, populate doors array, create door nodes, and attach them. Update room manager, modify lib, and call lib from JSON. Okay. Load and instantiate logic and change input for JSON. Load. Okay, one more question. Why not just load everything from the room node? I could check the node actually loading JSON in the room node. Instead of loading it in the room manager, then and creating it from the JSON data, and then attaching afterwards. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. Okay, that's an excellent question. Shows you're really thinking through the design of your Redot 4.3 game, loading everything, including JSON, directly in the room node rather than loading it in the room manager and then creating and attaching the room. It's a valid approach and can simplify your architecture. Let's explore why you might or might not want to do this. Compare the two methods and recommend the best option based on your current setup and future roadmap phases. How it works. Loads the JSON file, parses the data, creates a new room node, initializes it with JSON data, and attaches it to the scene tree. Room manager then manages the current room variable, updating it with the new room node. Advantage: centralized control, acts as a coordinator, handling the life cycle of rooms, loading, switching, and freeing, keeps the room class focused on its own data and behavior. Separation of concerns. Loading logic is separated from the room class, which can focus on representing the room state and doors. Flexibility. Room manager can add preloading checks, verifying all JSON files exist, or handle multiple rooms. Preloading the list of rooms might be useful in later phases, e.g. phase 9 save state system. Disadvantages. Dependency. The room class relies on room manager to initialize it, which might feel less self-contained. Redundancy. If every room needs to be loaded the same way, duplicating logic in room manager for each call might be overkill. Proposed approach. Loading JSON directly in a room node. Each room node would have a method, load from JSON, room name, that loads its own JSON, parses the data, sets properties, creates its own door nodes, and attaches them as children. Room manager would simply create a new room node and call it load from JSON method and assign it to current room. Advantage: self-containment. The room class becomes fully responsible for its own data initialization, aligning with the conceptual idea that room should know how to set itself up. This reduces the room manager's role to managing the active room. Reusability. If you later extend a room, saving state, having the loading logic inside room makes it easier to serialize its own load and load its own state. Simplicity in room manager, change room, becomes a one-liner. Create a room, call update current room, reduces code duplication if you're loading rooms frequently. Consistency. Every room instant follows the same loading process encapsulated within itself. Disadvantages: error handling. If JSON file is missing or malformed, each room needs to handle its own error cases, e.g. printing an error, which might lead to an inconsistent error reporting compared to centralized handling in room manager. Well, see, that's the thing. It would actually have when I call the load function. Yeah, I can see how that could be a deal. You could have it create the room node as existing, just kind of a blank room node, and you could have like stuff like the error codes. So, in other words, it might create a room object properly, but it would rely on the room node um, populating its error messages so that it could read when there's an error there. Performance overhead. Each room loading so file might occur slight overhead if you load many rooms simultaneously. 92 rooms unlikely to be an issue. It's not going to be an issue anyways because I don't load them all at once. I load them less centralized control, lose ability to pre-validate or batch load rooms, which might be useful if you add features like a room preloading or catching in future phases. While loading JSON directly in the room node has clear benefits, there are reasons you might prefer the current room manager-centric approach, at least initially. Centralized error handling, pre-processing logic, state management. In phase 9, save state system, room manager might need to manage a global game state. Current room player progress, loading rooms, and room manager keep this centralized, though room could still save its own state. Since you're in phase 1, starting to integrate json, keeping loading in room manager leverages your existing change room structure. Moving into room requires refactoring, which might delay your progress toward the end of March goal. Recommendations: load json in room node with kvats. I recommend moving the json loading logic into the room node, load from json, but with some considerations to address the disadvantages. Why? It aligns with the current conceptual view of a room containing its own doors and data, simplifies room manager, and prepares room for future phases. It's more scalable as your game grows beyond phase 1. KVATs. Add basic error handling. Include checks in load json. File equals null. Print error loading room name. Pass errors back to the room manager. And pass errors back to the room manager for centralized reporting if needed. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. So it would create the object, but the object might how should I say this? It would still create the object and wouldn't attach it if there were any errors that it couldn't do. Okay. Right. Keep room manager as coordinator. Decide when to load a room. Delete the actual loading to delegate the actual loading to room. Update room GD. Update guidance for next week. Next week you can refactor room GD. Add the load from json method to handle json loading and other door creation. Start with parsing and setting room name description. Add door logic. Adjust room manager. Update load from and change room to delegate loading to room. Test incrementally. Test with one room. Yeah. Keeps your timeline on track. That sounds okay. I think I'm about out of time for today, though. Let's go into this real quick, and all I have here is scene load. So I don't even really have anything in here. This is still like it's supposed to be. This is fine. Change room is going to unload. Okay. So this will actually go into room data. Load data from JSON. Room will need to have a door array here. Okay. All right. Well, guys, now I did get some stuff done. Honestly, I had a couple new phases. I got started on the whole the JSON thing. I didn't actually get to actually loading anything. I did put some code in there though, so that when it tries to access the JSON files, nothing happens because I haven't added any kind of loading code or anything in it. And so, yeah, I didn't do that much in code today, which maybe I should have instead, but that's okay. We can leave that till next week. In fact, we can have all next week to make sure the code is up and running and working. And so, yeah, so I want to thank you guys. Here, let's switch to, we're going to switch to this. We're going to switch to this. Okay. I want to thank you guys for watching, listening, popping in, popping out, whatever. And yeah, and we're just gonna continue to see progress, and eventually, like I said, I'm shooting for the end of March to actually add in the decision trees. So we're gonna add in some rooms into. We're gonna add in some rooms and some decision points into the deal once I got all these loaded in. And so I'm shooting for the end of March. And actually, let's see something here. Let's look at the. You can't actually see the calendar. I see the calendar though. Next week we have 2 weeks, right? So we have yeah. So we have 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks I should be able to have the game essentially done, and all of April to quote unquote polish. It's not technically polished, but it is kind of polishing in the fact that again the events, the decision points, going to lead to other pages where they're just kind of events, and it's going to kind of encapsulate what's already in the plot outline already. So I won't necessarily have to put in a bunch of new stuff, but I'll have to add new rooms, and I'll have to make sure that I link them up properly. So by the end of March, should have, maybe I'll put it on up on itch.io. Should have a kind of like a working game, and then all of April I can spend just basically adding descriptions, making it a narrative, and doing all that stuff. That's kind of like it's a polished. It's really a polished stage, I guess. So yeah. So exciting times. We're gonna see how this works out. And again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. And I'm just looking at my little cheat sheet. You can't really. I don't think you can. There you can kind of see it there. It's just some hotkeys I have for OBS. Um, like going to desktop or going to please wait, or I don't have thank you on a. Oh, that's interesting. I don't actually have thank you on a hotkey. I'll have to fix that. Anyways, yeah. So I'll see you later, and again, thank you for watching.